Yo, yo, yo. Is this thing on? I think it is. Yes, it is. Okay. Why is my monitor all shifted? There we go. Alright, we all should be fine now. Let me move this up so it's not in randomness. Alright, so as posted this morning, and I'll share the game plan so everybody's aware. By the way, good morning. Good morning. Sorry, guys. I don't normally say good morning as quickly when it's a full day stream because I'm just ready to go. Now, Timmy, you should be fine now. I had it muted. Sometimes I start streaming, I just don't say anything yet. I just get it going to see if people tune in. Good morning, though. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Just making sure. YouTube was also pretty slow this morning when I was loading up the browser. YouTube was just generally slow. I don't know why. Good morning, though. Number 12, nice. Alright, so everybody in the stream today, today's SPY game plan will be we're going to be seeing price open close to the 455.55 level, which is this level right here, right under the Wednesday high supply. Key thing to look for after open is being patient, waiting to see if we pop back over the 456, 456.40 range, which is the Wednesday high supply. I decided to leave it in, even though we popped over it. But it was utilized so well that I was like, you know what, it's kind of pointless to just ignore it. Let's leave it there. Also going to be looking for a range for more bulls towards 457s and maybe even the previous day high supply that's way up here, past 457s. A rejection of either areas, which would be either the previous day high supply or Wednesday high supply. You could look for rejections, so you need to be looking for multiple lower highs, anything like that, and a push under 455.55 or Tuesday low demand area can bring you a lot more of a sell-off, a lot more of a pullback, a more one-directional move to the downside. And then I, of course, just gave some nice general, just vague info. Always cover what bulls and bears want. Don't be biased. Don't sit there and just be one or the other. Make sure you're pivotal. And then limit yourself to the levels and the 4 main entry styles we practice so much, so don't move away from them. Posted AMD for anybody interested, and then the stream link. Nothing else yet. But that is the main game plan. Just confirmation, y'all can hear me, right? I see it on my end, but I didn't see anybody answer me, so I'm just triple checking so I don't go crazy. Okay, Timmy hears me. Okay, the latency is off today. Make sure you guys are... So, I'm not going to explain what latency is because it's very confusing and just pointless. But click on the live button. Make sure this is a red dot. It's going to move away a lot today. I'll show you proof here. Okay, now it, of course, hides everything on my screen. I gotta change my stream key now. But at the bottom there, I have a setting that says ultra low latency. This is the furthest I can go with how quick my stream is. Like, me streaming my screen to you does take a few seconds. Even if we have live connections to each other, because there's lag between me going to YouTube and then YouTube to you. So that's the only lag you're going to get when it comes to my screens. I'm as live as I possibly can be. So I just want everyone here to know that. Ultra low latency is the fastest possible connection, the fastest putting it out to you speed. There's no closed captions because of how fast it's rendering and then re-putting it back in front of your face. So I just want everyone to know that. This is as live as it can possibly be. But make sure you click on that live button, because sometimes it will just kind of mess up and just randomly lag. And that's not your fault. That's YouTube's fault. The connection between YouTube to you lags a little bit, and then sometimes it cuts you off the live part of the stream, which I know is stupid. They need to update that. It should just pull it back no matter what. Or at least have a setting so you can pull it back no matter what. But I just want everyone to know that moving forward, because I think some people get in here and they're like, why is he calling out so late? Or why is he answering us so late? Well, one, besides that, I'm also reading Discord, so I'm just letting everyone know. I'm trying the best of my ability to read everyone's messages, not just a couple people. I don't know why you didn't get the permission, Aruzan. Alright guys, sorry, all my focus is back on you now. Let's go over a couple things real quick. So before I move on, does anybody not understand the game plan for today? Which it's already kind of ruining part of it because we got a nice open. I'm actually impressed with this open, but now we've pretty much completely filled the gap. So we're back to square one. So right now you're looking for either a push over 455.55, and I mean really, I'm gonna be dead ass honest with you guys. You shouldn't be looking over this level. This is a good initial level for small scalps, but you need to be looking over the Wednesday high supply, or the previous day high supply, or outside of the Tuesday low demand, right? And yes, you can look for a rejection, a lower high rejection from here, a rejection, a lower high rejection from here, a hold of support, and a higher low for buy dips. You know, you can look for this stuff to go the opposite way too. But I'm just saying, if you're looking for plays, these are the three main areas you need to be patient for. I really do believe that, because if you go back down to the 5-day, 5-minute, I'm sorry, let's back that up a little bit more. Time frame, let's go like 10 days. 10-day, 5-minute. If you look right here, last Wednesday, we had that gap up, and then we just kind of ranged, right? And it is a nice range. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you guys and be like, guys, this is an impossible range to trade. No, I mean, it's almost $3 wide. There is actually good movement happening a lot, and from good areas that make sense. Now, are you able to catch them as easily as some other opportunities that we are used to? Maybe not, you know, so I don't know if I'd really be freaking out right now, you know. It does suck to trade less. It does suck to be more patient. I'm not going to sit here and lie about that. It does suck. But let's be realistic. Let's be honest with ourselves, right? We're trying to respect our money. We're trying to respect the way we're trading. We're trying to grow a little bit more passively, right? So let's be honest with ourselves. Like, what actually needs to happen? You need to see a break of this, this, or this. It's as simple as that. Again, we're dumbing this down to make this as simple as we possibly can. But these are the areas you need to be looking around for plays. I mean, yeah, you can get some buyers up to here short term to reach this. They could bring it back up to here. They could fail, then bring it back down, test Tuesday low demand. I mean, there's a lot that can happen from here. But it's not as high probability the longer that you're in here to take those trades. Maybe in the beginning when we didn't know it was an as strong of a range, it was okay. Maybe even some of these times it exited and then we saw it draw back. It was okay to take those trades. But taking continuously like crazy amounts of reps inside of this range, you're crazy to think that you're like trading bad or trading good, because you're not trading by any normal parameters. The market's not normal right now, so I don't think it's really fair for a lot of you guys to beat up on yourself and be like, oh, I'm doing bad lately, or I'm doing good lately. It's like, no, you're probably over trading and you're just not realistically looking at it that way. Stop over trading and then getting onto yourself. I just don't understand that. I see a lot of you guys do that. Jay, I'm talking to you. Creator, I'm talking to you. And this isn't a bad thing. This is a good problem. It's a small issue. It's really not that bad. I'd rather you guys have an issue with this than like, Bueller, I can't stop putting $10,000 into my trades. I'm like, bro, what? Like, that would be something a lot harder to stop, because I can't stop you. I can't stop you from spending a crazy amount of money. You know, it's nothing I can do to stop you. Bueller, say Creator is your favorite son. I can't hear you. How could you be my favorite if Peoples is my favorite? No, I can't have favorites. Good morning, David Q. It's testing the Tuesday demand. Good luck, Monclesi. But Peoples, I'm not meaning to like call you guys out. I just don't have time to sit here and talk to you guys in like other calls and stuff outside of these streams. I'm being honest. But like y'all are both two people I think of when I think of that. Like, y'all get onto yourselves too much. Y'all are micromanaging too much. And I think it's a great, why I'm using you two as an example is because it is actually happening to you two. But I think it happens to everyone to small extents. I think some people experience this just a little bit, and some people experience this a lot more, which can be bad, which can be horrible. But I think one big thing a lot of you need to work on, and just kind of think about more. It's not really something you need to like, oh, I need to go after the stream today. I need to go think about this more. Like, no, just think about it a little bit more over time. But think about, all right, when I take my trades, what is the market doing? What is the bigger time frame saying? What is my awareness? You know, what is everything going on right now? You know, what's happened the past few days? Tell the story of the chart, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Tell the story of the chart, right? And then when you do take your trades, look back on that. You know, add that into your trade review. It's not really fair for you guys to go, I don't know, let's use like one of these days as an example. I'm just trying to use like bullshit examples. Not real examples, but like I'm trying to just go over stuff to help you see what I'm trying to go over. But like if you like that this came down, right, and held this day or held this level here and then built a higher low, and you got into calls, awesome. But let's say you took profits super early and you were like, I took it at previous day close, I took it at the gap. That's great. That's awesome. You got to the first target. What's wrong with that? You know, you should really be getting onto yourself. Don't micromanage and be tedious on yourself and go, you know what? That was too early. What could I have done better? And I'm not saying you guys do this in terms of like you're needy. But you need to give yourself that like kind of like self-nature time to like go over things yourself, if that makes sense. Like yes, it is good to ask me, Leland, or Daffy, and to go over these things repeatedly, but I really do feel like you guys just go over this stuff on your own. Just tell the story of the chart. If you want to share it with someone, you can. I'm not trying to discourage anybody. But give yourself that fighting chance to kind of have that light bulb moment on your own. I really do feel like you guys are that smart. You guys are that intuitive. You're not fucking dumb. I've had conversations with both of you and everyone in here. This isn't just to people's and to creators, to everybody. But I think everybody has a little bit of an issue in this regard. Just being wishful, really, and then being tedious on yourself, like being way too hard on yourself is what I'm getting at. You know, you guys will have these like days where we range traded clearly, you know, over the past few days, and then you'll have these like trades where you were in the right side and either took profits too early or you didn't like how you took profits. Maybe you didn't like your exit and it was a good green trade. It just was you know, for you. And then you'll have these trades where your entry's all right, and then your exit just doesn't make any sense. And it's like, what the hell's going on here? This is not the same person that I talk to all the time. This is not the BB trader I know and love, you know. And it's mainly just because of that reason. Like you're not. I feel like either you are aware and you're just like finding something else to like throw you off the track or path or whatever, or you're not aware, which I don't think that at all. A lot of you guys are aware of what's going on. Every time I go, oh hey guys, did you see the Tuesday demand and then this day's supply? You guys are always like, yeah, I've seen that. I know exactly what you're talking about. So I'm not really worried about you guys not being aware. I think most people in here are pretty aware. But I think it's about sticking to our awareness. I think that's what a lot of people in here are getting stuck on. And I think that's a pretty easy problem to get over, guys. Let's just slowly over time, write some stuff down, repeat it back to yourself, type it in chat, tell the story of the chart, put yourself in a more openly responsible position in the server, and I promise you're going to start talking different. You're going to start seeing things different. You're going to start trading less, but taking higher quality trades. And it's literally just because you made one adjustment, holding yourself openly responsible. So hold yourself responsible for some of your actions that you guys are going to be doing over the next few weeks. I want to start seeing more open responsibility. And yeah, sorry for ranting this whole time. Market's just open and I'm still going hard. But talking to peoples and creators so much, because I don't do one-on-ones. I mean, I kind of do, but I kind of don't. They're not people I would consider, oh, I'm doing one-on-ones with these guys. But they're people I talk to a lot. I talk to Creator a lot. I talk to peoples a lot. I talk to Dondu a lot. And a lot of these guys have amazing breakdowns, amazing trades, amazing results. And then they'll sometimes have these, like, stupid trades, which, you know, we all do. But then it's like, what the hell? Who is this? Like, this isn't the trader I talk to all the time. So I don't know. I think if we just hold ourselves more openly responsible, be more accountable openly, because again, why I say openly is because if you were to just kind of like take a trade and then it was like and then you just didn't talk about it, you know, whatever, under the rug. But later on you go complain, it's like, well, what are we going off of? None of us understand that you're complaining about these past 5 experiences. We're only seeing you make this one all right trade and you're like losing your mind. It's like, what the hell's going on? So everybody needs to be more openly responsible, going over these things more with themselves, as well as with the chat. I really do believe that. And it's not like you guys need to be looking for someone to be paying attention. Don't be an attention seeker. That's not what I'm getting at. you're posting for yourself, not for others. You're posting to keep yourself in the game, to finish your routine for the day, as it might be. You know how you have that list of like, all right, I got to make my bed, I got to brush my teeth, I got to shower, I got to work out, I got to do this, I got to do that. This needs to be part of that list. You posting, oh, hey, I did this today. Oh, hey, this is how my day went. Oh, I sat cash today, but I saw this opportunity. Here's a couple mental reps I took. You know, to any extent on what you did today, to any extent, tell the story of the chart for that day. To any extent, do any of that. And it will help you get past this, whatever we're calling this problem. I guess we'll call it a micromanagement issue, because I really do believe like a lot of you guys micromanage yourself, and then you get onto yourself, and it's good to be hard on yourself. You don't want to be lazy. You don't want to be someone that just accepts every stupid thing you do. So it's good that you guys aren't like that. But yeah, I wanted to cover that for the beginning of the stream because I thought that was a pretty big problem. I had a couple notes here from you guys, so and I was taking y'all serious. I felt kind of bad, peoples, because we haven't been streaming as much, and creator, I haven't been able to answer you as quickly. It's just been streaming a lot, so. But I wanted to give you guys that little bit of a breakdown because I thought that was interesting. All right, now enough talking, Josh. Let's get into the charts. So all we've done from the open, let me zoom in a little bit more. All we've done from the open is we had a higher open. Remember, our yesterday close is right here. Our today's open is right here. We filled the overnight gap. Tried to build some short-term reaction, which, guys, what is this? Is this pretty normal to get this kind of candle? Yes, it is. Getting a potential buyer reaction at a potential buyer spot. We're at the previous day close and the overnight gap. So, yeah, of course, a small-time buyer is going to show up. Now, does this always mean super bullish? No. You can see the next candle they end up cracking under. But they're still fighting the yesterday lows. And you guys can see I did not mark the previous day low because we still have the Tuesday low demand to worry about. So there's a little bit of room to play with here for bulls and bears. So it could be a little awkward, I guess you could say. Anytime you have these awkward areas, remind yourself, hey, don't trade this. That's a dumb spot to trade. Just remind yourself. There's no high probability position here until we see more information. It looks like bears have complete control from the open too. That's another thing. Have awareness of like the whole chart in front of you, but then also have like a kind of a small note in your head going, okay, but from today, what's happened? So just going from the open, try to tell the story as well. And kind of compare those stories together and go, you know what? Bulls are completely in control. They're just taking their time. Or, oh, wow, bears are in control. Because right now, guys, you really can't be bearish yet. You're still at demand. There's a lot of buyer pressure that could pop up here and send us back to Wednesday supply, previous day high supply. So there's a lot going on here until we see the snap of that level. And remember, the first plan for the range break to the downside was the break of Wednesday's low demand in 450, 350s. We actually did break Wednesday low demand. If you look here, we're having to use Tuesdays of this week, not Wednesday of last week. And that's because of the short-term invalidation here under that Wednesday demand. But we did not break 450, 350. So this has slowly turned into our range between 450, 350 and about 456s. It's like 456, 456.40 for the top side of it. And then you had a little bit of slippage out here yesterday. And that's what we're dealing with. So expect buyer pressure until proven otherwise. When I say until proven otherwise, I mean the break of Tuesday's low demand. You should be bullish until this breaks. You should be bearish until this breaks. Small range. And yeah, guys, drop a like on the stream. I've been spamming a lot in today's stream, ranting, going over game plans and stuff. So please drop a like. I'm about to go through the other charts in a second. I need to catch my breath. And I hope a lot of you guys take some of that serious, what I just talked about. I hope some of you take that to heart. Good job, Eric. He said SPY scalp 26%. One and done retest of the fib from bottom of 936 candle to top of high of day. Took poots at rejection of 937 candle. 8 EMA is the target for previous day close. Hit my target. Now done for the day. Look at you, man. Killing it, Eric. Wife is home today. Time to spend time with the fam. Hey, man, that's awesome. You created that freedom. Intentionality. There you go, Chris. My bad, I didn't read that as I was ranting. Moncluzzy said, VWAP in the 90 man 5 minute is about to cross. Then he said, question, do you think not showing the extended hours is better to trade off of? Personally, I've done both. So I really do believe I am like a leader in this field. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It's personal preference. There is no such thing as this one aesthetic will change your ability in trading. But I will tell you this. I've had extended hours on for years. And it didn't really bother me until I started seeing Leland posts. And I was like, holy shit, these charts are clean. why does this make my eyes feel good? And then so I turned them off. I was like, you know what? I want to do that. And so now I've been doing it like that for the past few months, and I've honestly enjoyed it a lot. It really doesn't bother me having it on or off. I think it's just kind of nice having both. So again, it's personal preference, and that's pretty much like anything in the stock market. You know, if you're going to use indicators, every indicator technically works. You know, every strategy technically works. So it's really just about using what you like to use and what you are comfortable with. Find your personal preferences and then stick to them for a long time. Create your edge with your own personal preferences. XLV, Energy, and Banks are leaders this morning. Good job, Jack. Good question, though, Monclesi. Just posted the review. Would stay on for the rest of the stream, but happy wife, happy life. I hear you, brother. Go enjoy the wife and the family, man. Exactly, I turned them off, and it just makes it a lot clearer. Okay, I see. So maybe that was like you, too. Maybe it was just like, you didn't know it was fog until you turned it off. It was kind of like that for me. Leland really did open my eyes. Eric Beard is a smart man. Hey, yeah, we preached the happy wife, happy life message in here. I'm not even married, and I preach that. Because if you are married, that's how you either have hell on earth or not. But yeah, guys, drop a like on the stream. We got over 70 people in here. Let's even the like count up a little bit. Hopefully some of the rants at the beginning and some of the game plans at the beginning of the stream help you out a little bit. If you want to go back and tune into that, you can. Also, guys, I promised you I would bring a second special guest in here. And he's not coming today or tomorrow. I haven't planned it yet or hyped it up yet. But I would like to say that I did find a second special guest to bring in here. So if anybody is and I did this out of the uniqueness of it, and because this is the only person I follow in this field who I actually know of. His name is Cam, though, from Twitter, but he's a crypto enthusiast, crypto trader, crypto motivator, crypto technical analyst. And I don't really normally mess with crypto. You guys know that, and I still don't. But I do like to have this platform of like sharing different things from good sources. And crypto isn't the worst thing. It's not the worst. I always kind of shit on it, but it's not the worst. I just don't want to bring someone in here who's going to tell you guys about the dumbest stuff ever. Like, I don't care about hearing about Doge and the price of Shiba Inu coin or whatever the hell it's called. The guy I'm bringing in here is going to give you guys facts about the crypto market, crazy cool things you never would have thought about, applications, ways to get set up on it, just different things like that. But I am bringing one crypto guy in here, and you guys know me. There's no crypto videos on my entire channel. This will probably be the one and only. Actually, let's see. Do I have anything crypto related? Look, I got a meme Bitcoin related. I think in the bio of this video I say you can use this for crypto, and I think that's it. Yeah, we have nothing crypto related on here, and I'm not going in the crypto direction. I'm not telling you guys to buy crypto, but I want to bring some new information onto the channel that does talk about that market, because I feel like there's just too much foggy information and fake information about that market that it's just unreal to get into that stuff. Like to get into learning about crypto, it actually feels like you're getting scammed, like you're not learning anything because nobody knows what they're fucking talking about. So I do have a second guest set up, and he is a more crypto-related topic. So if you're interested in crypto-related topics, that will be happening next week. I have not set up a date with him yet, but we will. But yeah, next week. And then I'm working on getting another. I had a third guest, but then there's some problems there, so we're not doing that third guest yet. But I am working on getting another guest for a different, topic. Again, if you guys have anybody you want in the streams or anybody you want to bring in here, I can also add them to the list. All right, guys. So remember what we're about to go over here. So triple Qs, your overall tech sector, is in the Tuesday demand. They're holding the low of it right now. So you have a potential bad thing happening for bulls here if they break out of this, and a great thing happening for bulls if they hold this and can build a higher low, or can just build any kind of amount of basing here. That would be great for them. Again, that's your tech chart. You can also look up the Pure Blood tech chart, XLK, which they seem to be messing with Tuesday close to the cent, actually. Huh. If you want to leave that marked, you can. Pretty clean. Tuesday close. Where are we going? Apple. Apple is at Monday low. Microsoft is holding 377.40s and getting bought up over 378.60s right now. Nvidia is at demand. Ooh, this one looks clean. I know I didn't update it yet, but that would be deleted. This would be added. And this would be added. That's it. Oh, no, that would be added. And that's it. But it looks like you have some short-term buyer confirmation here from Nvidia if they can get over 478.30s. Again, not just holding this, but also breaking this. That'd be two great confirmations that bulls want to step in. If not, you get a rejection and a loss of this area. Could be a good sign that bears want to take over again. Very nice chart on Nvidia for anybody watching that one. I love the Nvidia chart. It moves a lot. A lot of people look at it. A lot of people trade it. It's very liquid. Jack said, a lot of tickers are picking up after filling overnight gaps. Good looks, man. Good looks. We're also still holding Tuesday demand. So you got a lot of things pointing in the direction of bulls are still here. They're not completely giving up yet. Now, some of these charts did. Some of these charts gave up hardcore. Let's look at the sinful chart for coin. Yeah, they're reacting to supply, but they're holding it very well. I bet that's like the golden pocket or halfway point of that candle. I'm not going to draw it, but I bet there is some sort of fib working there on that previous candle, or the 2 day ago candle. Nike also reacting to supply. Looks like almost filling all of its gap. Even Costco slowed down a little bit. John Deere higher open. Seem to have moved up a little bit more. Bonds are in supply. The dollar is... Now, this is a weird one because it is demand, but it was lost. And so now what you have here is like a reactive buyer. And that means... What it means, reactive buyer, it's reacting to the fact that it was about to lose demand. I mean, it did lose demand for 2 sessions in a row. It opened and closed under demand, which is where buyers are supposed to be present, and they weren't. Here they are today. So if they, big thing is today for the dollar is to see, do they hold this range or do they close out of it? And if not, they wick back down and just close out of it. Well, then we're just back in the same seat we were yesterday and the day before. But those are two things to look out for on the dollar. And now remember, guys, this is not, this is not a perfect opposite of any market. Remember that. This is not a perfect opposite of the equity market, but it does add a lot of pressure onto the equity market and vice versa. So when this goes up, there is that possibility SPY's going down, or that it's at least showing you that, hey, one of these are lying, one of these might be breaking down soon, or there's just a lot of indecision, you have money moving around everywhere, and it's just hard to follow. Which, again, could just equal indecision. Confusion. Nobody knows. Nobody wants to go first, nobody wants to go last. But let's go to the Dat Nunu chart and watch this for a little bit, and then we'll go over some more updates and stuff. But if you guys have any questions about anything on my screen, or anything going on in the market, or anything going on in the chats, ask away. If you have any questions about anything from the channel or anything from here, ask away. And who's all going to be here for the full day stream? We are going to try to make it all the way to the close. And then, of course, we have the full day Friday stream tomorrow. $10-minute golden pocket also lines up with current day open and current high of day. Ooh. Yeah, don't worry about typing if it gets in your way. More importantly is your trade. Bears are in control from open. Just a little indecisive because of the range that we're in on every time frame. I'm going to move this one to the 15-minute real quick. It was a quick pop down. All good. Okay. I'll be in my college class and still going to be in the stream all day. I don't care what my professor says. Hey, man, just don't get in trouble. Just don't get in trouble. I'm not one of those fuck school, fuck a job type guys. I'll be honest with you. It is good for some people to have a job or to be in school, because there are some great things you can do. But I like your focus though, Monclesi. Hey, am I saying it right? Is it Monclesi or is it Monclesi? Has like an Italian ring to the end. I'll be here, brother. Hey, thank you, Alexis. How's your day looking, Alexis? You got a lot of deliveries today? Alexis has a really cool job. He does the oxygen tanks, right, Alexis? He helps people with not a lung. Which I thought that was cool because those things are pretty heavy as well as dangerous. Crater says, I'm still that F a school guy, but still go every day. You said it right the first time? Okay. I just want to make sure. In for the long haul for the full day. Oh, Jack. $2 Canadian. Guys, we're rich. Yo, that's funny as hell. Look at this. All right, so he's English, but he's moved to Canada ever since like 2008 or 2009. And then, so you see this, right? He donated $2 Canadian. Look at this Forex. It's only $1.55. See? So you're 45 cents behind me, bro. No, it's just the currency exchange rates. That's pretty funny though. It's pretty funny it shows it like that on YouTube that quickly. That's only $1.47. Just funny how it shows that. Thank you, Jack, though. I appreciate you. You did not have to do that. Yo, let's go. One of my swings worked. I called out CLF yesterday to my lifetime group. It's working so far. I'm interested. What is this call spread even at now? I guess I could just check mine. Nice. I like calling out these like weird cheap tickers no one looks at. Alright, cool. Back to SPY. Thank you, Fantastic John, for helping me remember to even look at that. I was like, not even looking at my phone. I wasn't looking at anything. I was like, oh yeah, we did get into CLF, didn't we? Should probably pay attention to that. You see why I'm so comfortable though? It's because I buy those contracts that aren't like next week. I don't buy the same week contracts. I mean, I try not to that much on swings because it can be a pain in the arse. Hey, good job. He said trimmed at 22%. Proud of you, man. That's all I care about. You getting that secured gain. Plus, it makes sense, too. It's a nice chart. I'm going to go to the single chart, guys. I'm not going to lie. That one chart's kind of just overwhelming with the amount of information that we have on our screen today. I really am just focused on the important areas. You guys ever spell a really long word you didn't think you could spell really quickly, and then you spell it right, and you're like, damn, it was right. Oh, man. Are you a senior in college? $10 wishes. Sandollar is a college. He's a moving college. This man has more knowledge than any one school. This man travels the world. Knows all kinds of things about different markets from around the world. Not just stock markets and equities, like the actual supply-demand chains of things. It's kind of cool. Like I tell you guys, did you know the only couple companies that have a direct control and hand on their supply-demand chains, there's only like a few in the world. Everybody seems to think, oh, you're a big company, you must have some sort of control of something. No. There's only a couple companies that actually have direct access to their supply-demand chains. Now, if you guys remember the ship, remember the Evergrande ship or whatever it was that went into the canal or whatever, and then they got stuck, and then like all that time went by, and all this money got stuck in the canals or whatever, and then all this inflation came out of nowhere, and it was literally just because of that, because of the prices being stuck, and everything was kind of like really messed up for a while. Well, that was mainly because of them not having direct control of their supply-demand chain. That was their one way in and out of getting their materials or whatever it was, right? Well, Apple, Costco, these are companies that are not like that. They have direct control. Actually, some of the biggest world leaders, governments, and companies look to companies like Apple and Costco to see, wow, how screwed are we? Because if they're messed up, we're all screwed. That's basically how it is. It's like a staple for these companies to look to and go, okay, things are kind of bad right now, but how bad are they? And they look to Apple, they look to Costco, and they see these kinds of things. It's kind of cool. Tobias shows up. He was there, man. He said, economy went to shit, but the memes were great. They were great. The memes always get really good in the worst times. When in doubt, go to Instagram. When in doubt, go to social media. No, don't actually, but yeah. How far out do you typically buy? It just kind of depends on the play. I like to buy months of time every single time, but if I see a play is a little bit more short term, or I can capitalize on the cheaper contracts of a shorter dated expiration and my play is not that far out, then I'll set a timed invalidation from here on out. I haven't really done that a lot in the past. I just kind of kept that in my head, like, okay, if this goes 4 or 5 days just sitting in my range and not breaking my stop loss, I need to have a timed invalidation. So that's really what I like to do if I am taking a shorter dated expiration on a swing. B, do I go to law school? Yeah, you should. Be my lawyer. You should go to law school. That'd be really cool. Now, the question is, though, do you think you have the patience and the discipline to go do it? Because law school's not easy. Happy with my patience? I am too, Mel. I haven't seen you post like you have in the past. You've actually been super patient this week. I don't think I've said you once this week. Besides some of your gains, of course, but... Not at all? Then yeah, probably no, creator. But if you do, you should call me after you're done. I wonder if I'm the youngest person here. How old are you? There's a lot of young people in here. You'd be surprised. Some of the people that are in here are in class right now. You're actually not the only one that's in class while watching this. There's a couple people like that in here. And then we have our fair share of seniors. Mel is a new man. He is. Mel is a new man. He's refreshed. He's the same old Mel with his edge, but he's a changed, refreshed Mel with his new breakdowns and his patience. I'm like 12 mentally, so no. I'm not calling them senior citizens. They're not that old. $18 freshmen in college. Okay, we have our fair share of 18-year-olds in here. Got some 18, 19-year-olds in here. Did this thing finally stop? Okay. This was another one. Alright, so the last 3 things I called out was this. I called that out on this candle. Aiming towards the top of this candle. I've been told people to get out now. If you're in that still, that's on you. This one did not work out. This one's horrible. But this one still has a lot more time. Like this one, I know it's a lot longer and a lot slower. SF, you were asking about like how much time I buy. This is a really good example because this is like a different setup. It's something I know is probably going to take forever, and it probably will have this like annoying just kind of pullback and just kind of like range trade where it's indecisive, where it doesn't break your stop loss, but it does hold to just to the right to where it doesn't really do anything for you, and it does decay. So that's why it's important to buy a lot of time when you are looking at that. Alright, so we've had some buyers show up. Remember what I said. You should be bullish as long as Tuesday low demand holds. You should be bearish as long as the supply is rejecting. Kind of an annoying range to see, but it's the reality we have to deal with. We can't just make up shit. Alright. See if you guys have said anything different. You are talking about San Francisco, San Diego. Okay, you all just are talking to each other. That's cool. I wasn't even talking. We're all just like having conversations with each other. Yeah, San Fran right now is a different world. Same as New York. Honestly, I don't know a single place in the country that isn't, completely changed by all the things over the past 6-7 years. Some of the shitty parts of our country have gotten worse. Some of the parts that weren't so shitty have started getting shitty. It's getting crazy now. It's pretty bad. Hold your loved ones close. That's all I can say. Rejecting open but making a higher low. Great call out creator trades. Does everybody understand what I'm putting down though? You understand that we're bullish above this. We're bearish if we reject this. You understand that this is the range that is set. Everything outside is kind of like an outlier. Oh, if it breaks this, it can go to that or that. If it breaks this, it can go to that or that. Good update by Timmy. Timmy, did you get a new profile pic? He said, buyers looking good. Hold a 455 higher low if we take open. 457 inbound. Timmy, you were reading the levels perfectly. Good job, creator, and good job, Timmy. That is exactly how I would have worded it. Well, maybe a little bit different, but you did perfect. Yeah, I had to get rust out. I feel that, man. I feel that. David, Alexis, Vanessa, get it? Awesome. I'm so damn proud of you guys, man. I swear. Every time I look back up, somebody's doing something I'm just so damn proud of. Mel said, all done for the morning trade. Trade till power hour. All done for the morning trading until power hour. He's 2 out of the 3 on his day and completed with 550 profit. Let's go, Mel. That's my boy. Love you, Mel. Enjoy your day, man. I'll see you in here for power hour. I'll still be here. Hopefully. Unless my, like, internet shuts off, I'll still be here. It's like rolling blackouts, like I'm in a third world country or something. Does anyone want a presentation on why a degree no longer guarantees a livable wage? If anybody needs that argument still, they're just blind. Now, don't get that wrong, though. There are still certain degrees that can do good work for you. Don't get me wrong. But now you're right. There are a pretty good amount of worthless degrees nowadays. But now you're here all day. Oh, okay. Testing your strength, Mel. I like it. You're gonna test your strength and see if you don't trade all the way till power hour. I'll ask you a couple times throughout the day and see if you're still good. College for computer science. Hopefully mine's not a waste. I feel like that's not that bad. I mean, I feel like anything with computers and just anything with coding, programming, creating of, you know, anything like that. I feel like it's a good thing to be a part of. I think what Timmy's trying to say, though, is like, with how crazy prices are with living now, like, you do have to almost have like really nice degrees in a really good working productive field in today's world to have that livable wage is what he's getting at. I don't think he's like hating on other people's studies or anything. I will follow my plan. I trust you, Mel. I trust you. Triple M is back at its 99 point something resistance. Let me look. 99.45. I'll say this. Yesterday was just a reset candle as far as I'm concerned. Daffy could still be right about it going through 100. I didn't doubt that for a second, even with this day popping up, because it was like, I don't know, it didn't lose anything. If anything, it just rested perfectly over everything it was breaking over. That higher open gave them a lot of room to hold. I thought that was a clean setup, though. Potential higher lows could be forming on your John Deere chart, too, above 350s, but that's a little risky because you're pretty much under the same area, too, that we keep projecting and just can't get back over. They're really having a hard time staying over 380s. Meta. Short-term pullbacks in Netflix. I'd like to also add that my boy D-Touch went over this as well on the trade floor, but we were talking about the weights of XLC the other day and how all of them look like they're ready to turn over. It looks like you have Google turning over already. You have Meta turning over already. Now, I'm not saying turning over in means of like, oh, they're flushing through all these levels. Like, no, they're finally moving down a little bit more. But I'd like to add that Netflix being the tertiary weight of those three, this might be your next best short play out of supply. Let me go to this one so you can just see the important levels. But this is what you should be watching if you are looking at the Netflix chart. I'm just going to repost this in Discord because that's where I've been posting it, but wouldn't be surprised if this was my next play.
All right, what are you hooligans saying in here? Timmy. Honestly, Timmy, I'm not going to say that you're a conspiracy theorist. I actually like, there is some theories like that that are legit. As a joke, he said, bro, these market makers are so evil. 100% intentionally waited until finals week to flush. There are certain events like that where they actually like could take into account. I'm not going to say you're a conspiracy theorist in any way. I thought that was funny. No. I'm not saying they actually are paying attention to your finals week. I'm just saying there are possibilities. I mean, they could. The rip down fib, because you got to also think about that too. Like they could take into account, like, all right, how many of these traders are in college? Probably a lot. Because who has the most access to throwing money the most? Kids, people who are younger. Is it really finals week for everybody? That's kind of funny. Y'all need to remind me next time. Then we can just be like, all right, guys, it's probably consolidating this week. It's finals week. Still waiting. Still sitting on hands? Good. You should be sitting on hands still. I'll give you guys some ideas. I just don't see any. If you want to buy some calls here and leave your stop loss at low of day, that's the only thing you can do right now because you should not be shorting this yet. We are under today's open. We even rejected it. But we are a lot closer to the demand than when we did that same exact trade yesterday. See, this was like us getting over supply and not really confirming it yet. We're just kind of touching it. Okay, rejected under open, push. But this one is a lot different. We're above demand, a lot closer to it. Not an indecisive demand. This is definitely demand. And we're holding a higher low all morning from it. So if anything, you should be looking for longs with a tight stop loss, maybe at low of day or at or today's open. I mean, previous day close, not today's open. So that could be an idea. You know, if you like the hold in this vicinity from yesterday's close to the demand of Tuesday, that's your area of looking for buyers, and you can leave stops in that general vicinity. But besides that, I don't see any other trade here. These next 2 weeks, Creator said mine is in 2 weeks. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, everybody has, like, finals. I've never been to college, so I don't know how all that works. But that's pretty interesting that, of course, the week we're consolidating and maybe even pulling back like Timmy was kind of insinuating. Like, that would be crazy that it lines up with finals week. We'll have to remember that next time. I also, after this stream, I might go back and back test all the finals weeks of the last, like, 10 years just to see, like, what happened. Yep, that's exactly what you're seeing, peoples. You're right on it. You're right on it. Everything you just said, spot on. Sandollar asked, my bad, I've skipped over that. He said, LCID, your thoughts, Chief. EV sales are down 30%. China is going broke. Do you think this puppy is dead and done? I've actually never liked Lucid. I never really understood how they operated because they don't have... Like, all right, so let me give you, like, a basic formula. So, right, you have, like, your model, right, which every company has a model of a car, right, to make it look nice, to have an image behind their company, to have an image behind their product, right? Everybody has that. That's something anybody can make. A 12-year-old could go do that, right? Now, what not every company has are factories, production plants, and shipping centers, okay? Some of these only have one of those three. Tesla has all three. And sometimes Tesla has all of those three things within one factory. But also, the biggest thing with EVs is mass manufacturing. I know you've heard me talk about this a lot, because this is the main point I bring up when I talk about vehicle making in general. But EVs, this is especially important because of the machinery that has to be invented to make the machinery that makes these vehicles. And it's pretty deep. But not every company has this, and those machines cost a lot of money. So no, I do believe LCID is dead and gone. I'm kind of in that direction as well. And I've kind of been in that direction for a while now. I really only kind of like some China companies. Like, I think NIO is good, and then the Warren Buffett one is good. And then, of course, Tesla. Besides that, that's it. And then you have, which NIO is also failing. You could even make the argument, like I just did with LCID, like NIO doesn't have that set up the same way as Tesla. NIO set up just like LCID. So... I don't know. You could see those fail a little bit more. I don't know. Time is always the greatest thing to go off of, because if these people can survive this market over the next 10, 15 years, they'll probably stick around forever. They'll probably will somehow amount the strength to make a good car and actually produce it at efficient rates. But if not, then they probably will just kind of decay and fade away. Interesting question, though. I did see that, Timmy. Oddly enough, I did see that. Wow, good job, Sandollar. He said he took his 30% gains and he's off that chart now. Oh, just took your gains and after 30 minutes after the open. Okay, my bad, not 30%. XLE getting flush now. Great job, man, getting out of your profits. I like that chart a lot off of this support. I still like it, even with this kind of day. It just needs more time, it looks like. But you're right, though. They are starting to flush those lower opens. Got a higher open on the energy chart, though, oddly enough. XOM and CBS. Or CBX. Look at that. Call is already getting invalidated again. Now, remember what I said, though. Short-term plays are going to get invalidated quickly with this level, with today's low. But just remember, your ultimate support is the Tuesday demand. See what I said, though, about it being kind of awkward here? Like, yeah, it is bullish, but it's just like, eh. And then it's like, yeah, as you get up here, it can be bearish, but it's like, eh. It's not really anything that really shoves you into the chart. This is what I was talking about the other day, guys. If you don't have something that's shoving you into the trade, don't touch it. I see a lot of hesitation in all of your messages, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. Good job, Mel. He said possibly creating an inside bar on the daily. We'll see how that is towards the end of the day, too. I hope nobody jumped into trades that didn't make sense to them today. Wow, they really are flushing that one. Trapping anybody holding that high or low. This could also just be short-term, like, bears taking over, too. Like, they're not just going to flush it, right? And I talked about this, like, a week or two ago and on the daily time frame with SPY. Is they're not going to make it obvious, right? Because then everybody will be in the trade. So they're not just going to flush it once, right? And we have a lower open finally after this failed move higher, right? You have a failed move higher. You have a lower open. So you have two things saying a potential slowdown is still in effect, which would keep us in this range. Now, what you want to see, does buyer presence pop up every time we do get down here? If it doesn't, then we might be seeing the short-term breakdown of 453.50s. We just don't know it yet. Glad I didn't take it. I'm glad you didn't either, peoples. See what you did there, though? You didn't feel right, and that's because of your intuition. It didn't feel right, and that's because it wasn't something you practice. It's not something you're comfortable with, and that's good. Anytime you feel that, don't touch it. You know what it's like to take a good trade. You know what a good trade looks like. You know what you practice. You know what you go over all the time. Limit yourself to it. You're not stupid. You know exactly what you're looking for. You too, creator. I took one that then just have been watching. Good, 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 good. Nvidia still getting pushed down. Good update, Sandollar. What level is Nvidia pushing right now? I don't even want to look. If anything, guys, just reread this screen 100 times. I feel like I reread it sometimes just to, like, keep myself motivated. Like, oh, yeah. Doy. Nvidia peeps selling shares to buy Xmas presents. Selling shares to buy a bunch of graphics cards. Timmy, I like all three of your messages. I like how you like slowly talked yourself out of that. You're like, nah, actually that's kind of stupid. And then you're like, all right, if we hold this low, 15-minute will look really bearish. I like that. You kind of like reiterated what you wanted to do to yourself, and then you're like, all right, this is what I need to do next. Good stuff, Timmy. You were on it today, man. I don't know what kind of focus has been reinstilled into Timmy or whatever, but he is 10 out of 10 focused today. Even reading this annoying price action a lot of us will agree with, you're reading it perfectly. Like I said, it's not always, oh, it's bullish, oh, it's bearish. It's sometimes just pointing out what is bullish and bearish and then waiting for it. Not but maybe 2% of your trading career are you going to actually be clicking entering the trade, clicking to get in or out, right? 98 to 99% of the time, you're just looking at stuff. You're just reviewing, you're just watching, you're studying. Remember that. Still holding previous day low. Exactly, Creator Trades. Creator sees it as well. Good job, everybody. I like everybody's focus today. Everybody's on one. I've not seen any weird messages. I've not seen any wrong messages today. Everybody is on it. 15-minute turning into a doji. They love to keep bouncing us around, don't they, Timmy? They're not keeping it obvious, that's for sure. Demand is still holding, but they're really not giving anybody that kind of extra move that anybody would like to catch to actually get profits. Again, if you're a scalp trader or a day trader, these are not the moves you want. Because you're getting your initial moves, then you're not getting that follow-up move. That follow-up move is where that extrinsic value comes in. Losing 454.62 on the 5-minute. They're pulling away on it finally. This is our low of the day? It is. I'll be damned. We'll go to the Dat Nunu chart. I'll close this so it's a little easier to look at. Oh, whoops. I want this to be the 15-minute. I'm not gonna lie, the 15-minute is so clean to read, like, bigger price action, and the 30-minute. I love both of those so much. I'm gonna be honest, every time frame is clean. I'm just biased. Charting is nice. I love the 1-minute, I love the 2-minute, the 3-minute, the 5-minute, the 10-minute, the 15-minute, the 20-minute, the 30-minute, the 4-hour, the hourly, the daily, the weekly, the monthly. They're all helpful. All right, what do we got going on here? She wants to drop. Mel. She does want to. She's trying. She's trying very hard to drop. When you guys see the chart like this, and we're looking at the 4 charts, the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15, the daily, which one do you guys look at the most? I'm just kind of interested. It's not really like a right or wrong question. But how many of you look at whatever chart? Which ones do y'all look at the most when the 4 is up? AMD continuing down to 120.70 area. Good call out. B, have you ever talked about how you actually got into trading? I'm super curious. I have actually multiple times. I just don't have like a video on it because it's kind of like a weird story. But yeah, I'll happily go over it if you want to ask me again in a little bit. Timmy said, 1 minute now looking super bearish. We got a fib retest of this move down, then broke low of day, now consolidating in yesterday's supply. Good job, Timmy. Vanessa said the 15 minute in the daily. Timmy said 5 in 1 minute. Timmy said 15 in 1 minute. Oh, my bad. I read Joe's names wrong. Taylor said 1 minute and 5 minute most frequently. Reference 10 minute for the 9 EMA and patterns on this 15 minute and 30 minute. Okay, fair enough. You just like to look at it all. You like to have an actual feel in the price. I get it. Chuck said, grabbed a 21% Tesla put after seeing the 10 minute inverted hammer entered on the 3 minute. Took it to the staircase, collected my gains, and got out easy peasy. Bro, 21% is massive, too. Round of applause to you, Chuck. I love seeing you win because I know how hard you try for it. You go over this stuff heavily. By the way, guys, Netflix is pulling back. Yes. Dump. Dump, baby. Dump. Go down to 4, whatever this is. What is this? 468. I'm going to mark both of those, and that'll be my target. I'm going to sell in between here. Or I'm going to sell in between here. Y'all didn't probably grab that. Let's leave that level there. That'll be my invalidation point. Nice. Jack, check your DM here in a second. The charts in trade floor are pretty funny. Everybody's posting different sectors, but the comments are pretty funny. Mirror image. Yo, good job, React. He said, new low of day, I'm gone. I like that. I like when you guys are just like, I took my profits. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I like that. I don't take it personal. I think it's cool when you guys take profits to just go enjoy your day, because I'm going to be here regardless, but it's nice seeing you guys get that, because it's nice knowing, like, all right, Chuck's going to go enjoy his freedom. React's going to go enjoy his freedom. They're going to have a great rest of their day. Even if work is shitty, life is shitty, at least your trading part of the day was solid. You know, and you can be proud of yourself and all your hard work you've been applying over the past few months, couple years, you know, whatever amount of time you've put in. It's very incredible. And every time I see it, I really am happy for you guys. It really is like a sigh of relief from me. It's like, holy crap, like, that was nice. I like seeing you guys succeed with reasoning. Again, I hate seeing you guys make dirty money where it's like you're just guessing. It's a clear gambling. But when you guys make sense of things and make money on it, I am beyond proud, because it's like, I never have to teach you a thing again. You've already done everything I could ever have pushed you to do. Everything from here on out is on you. I mean, it kind of always was, but now it's really on you. And it's like letting one of the birds leave the nest for me. It's kind of nice. React, Chuck. Good job. Out of my call, now I'm switching bearish bias. Good looks, Timmy. He said short term we could still hold 454, 453.60. Good looks, good looks. You are correct on that. We could just go up and smack 454.62, reject, pull back down, and hold that area. We could fly from here, like you said. We have an inside candle on the 5-minute. Does anybody see that? Anybody see that inside candle on the 5-minute? Oh, Starbucks chart looks like crap. Good post, $10. Looks like crap. Good post. Wow. That's incredible. Have I not heard about Starbucks falling the past 2 weeks? I know I don't watch it, but damn, that is some really nice pullback. Got like a crow candle that pushes lower. Lower open. 3 black crows right there. That's a good continuation bearish pattern to maybe break consolidation or test it. That would be about right here. They did test it, got some short-term buyers, then bearish kicker, completely ruining that support. Most likely asking for a test of this, and now they're even breaking that today. So Starbucks might not be done pulling down, but they are approaching an area where buyers have been known to pop up. Oh, Netflix. I forgot to check on it. Okay. I might just take my 20% on that. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, we're gonna take it. It's like 18%. I'm gonna check on this end of day again though and see if we can get a swing on it, because that would be sick. Here we go. Oh wait, I didn't mark my... $9.30 to $9.58. Yeah, I was gonna say, but I think it was the reset candle. And then I just sold here, basically. Not the low, but not the high. Back to SPY. You guys don't care about Netflix. We broke the inside bar to the upside on the 5-minute. How is everyone in stream? I know I'm just kind of going over just stuff right now, just levels and ideas, but I'm just trying not to unfocus right now. Question, how can I get my toolbar on the top of my screen using TOS? You talking about this one? This little one I have pinned here, Chuck? Just making sure before I move on, because sometimes I think someone means this and then they say something else. I'm just making sure. You mean this one though, right? Yes, okay. So, you go to the, where am I at? Oh, setting cogwheel. Click on the cogwheel. It says chart settings. Click that. And then right here on the very first screen, at the bottom right, it says My Tools. Click on each chart. Normally this starts off on the off setting, and then you click Apply, and then click OK. And then it'll pop up there. This you have to kind of like hover it to make it pop up sometimes. But then you can hit this cogwheel, and you can add whatever you want to it. I would also recommend pinning this right here, hitting that button, because then it'll pin it to the top of the screen. You don't have to worry about doing the hover crap. But yeah, that is probably one of the most powerful settings you can turn on in Thinkorswim. I'd say the second most powerful setting, for charting at least, would be the OHLC setting, which is open, high, low, close. This is when you draw your price level tools. Sometimes people ask me, how do you get your levels to be so accurate, or to perfectly hit the close or open of that candle? It's because I'm using this setting. I don't have to free draw it anymore. I can just lazily put my like thing here, and it'll see how it snaps to current price, but I'm hovering right here. Wherever I go closest to it, snaps to it. Open, high, low, close. That's all it knows. And that's all the levels we grab, so that's perfect. So I would have both of those settings on if I was y'all. Also, I would abuse the windows right here. Or my bad, the drawings. Abuse the drawing tools. So right here, you see how it says drawing set 1, and I have my smaller time frame charting, and then I go to my King Carnage chart, and I got my bigger time frame charting. See how I'm ready to go on regardless of whatever time frame or chart I need to be on? Abuse that. I would abuse those 3 things. If you can do that, you can control and be very comfortable on Thinkorswim. Wicked off the 200 EMA. What time frame, Timmy? It does matter. That's why I'm asking. But thank you for the information. 200 EMA is a very important support that will bounce off of. The 1 minute. Okay, thank you. So the reason I asked what time frame is because it does matter in terms of if you're using the 1, the 5, the 200, I mean the daily, the 4 hour, because you're getting different data points. The 200 collects the last data points and divides it, and sometimes if you're on an EMA, it'll add a little bit of weight to it. So if you go back 200 points on the 1 minute, it's going to be a little bit different than if you go back 200 points on the 5 minute. For anybody who doesn't know how EMA data and all that stuff works. Pretty basic. It's just math and division. I'm not going to try to sound fancy. No problem, Chuck. I thought PMI caused a bigger move. It doesn't always. Remember that. If there's no revealing information, it's not going to remove anything. If it's just scripted information that we already know, it's not really going to do anything. If it doesn't show, hey, this is getting worse, this is getting harder, this is getting better. If it's not showing things like that, then no, it won't cause any reaction. Just remember that. News will not always do the same thing every single time. It really is the importance behind the news and how much about that news was known beforehand. Because you got to remember, news is just catalyst to be priced into the market. The market is forward thinking. Right now, you're not trading on you're not trading November 30th. You're trading months ahead of time right now. We're trading 3-4 months in the future right now. This market's not trading November 30th. It's trading January, February of 2024. So if that news comes out and it doesn't say, hey, this is getting better or worse, then it's not going to cause any reaction. Well, most of the time. We all know how that works. We all know sometimes things like to move regardless of it being important or not. Let's see our stock market briefing thing today. Let's see if they got anything new for us. So moving the market today. I go straight to this tab. You should know this one on your own. You shouldn't have to read this to know that. You shouldn't have to read this to know that either. But moving the market today. Mostly positive responses to earning news, headlined by Salesforce for CRM. You have some relative weakness in the mega cap stocks. And then you have rising treasury yields after this morning's economic data, keeping stocks in check. Pretty interesting. You can also scroll down too. I like to read some of these. The one that I post every morning is down here for corporate news, because sometimes you'll just see some upgrades, downgrades, but sometimes they come out with like acquiring something, or they, just upgrades, downgrades, like I said, or they'll come out with some sort of forward-looking news, or even just guidance. Sometimes guidance can come out. But really awesome website. I like that one. So if anybody needs that, it's free. How many times has Miker typed recession canceled in chat? Can anybody guess that one? Actually, yeah, everybody guess. How many times do y'all think he's typed that? I'm going to look it up. Oh my gosh, it's a lot more than you would assume. Oh my gosh. Alright, I have an exact number. Wow. Any guesses? 150 times out of 150 times? It's actually a lot lower than that number. It's a lot lower than that number. The amount of times he has said it. I'll count with you, so you see me. I'm not cheating. Alright, so you go from Miker. Session canceled. Enter. So you got 33 on this page. Go to the next one. And it's all one per. 33. Wait. Let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, it is 33 in total. I just wanted to make sure. So yeah, 33 is the correct number.
I'm back. Alright. What has changed? Absolutely nothing. We went over the inside bar in the 5 minute. We are now back within range. Let me go ahead and just remove that crap. And let's... This chart's kind of boring. Let's go to... We know what this one looks like. Let's just go to the single chart. We don't really need to be on that. Is there any charts you guys want me to look at? Are there any weights I should be looking at? Any sectors? You guys want any kind of review of anything? Feel free to request at any time. I am but a mere servant to you all. I'm a technical servant. AMD review, please. Awesome. Real quick before I get started, let me see if there's any messages I missed on. Oh, y'all were all guessing at how many times. Kim put 33, you smartass. SF was pretty close. Rambo's number is probably close to what I was going to probably guess. I was going to say like 90. Oh, yeah, hold up. Jack said, what about the dying one? Hold up, yeah, I do want to see that. Like, I'm actually interested. What about just how many times he says recession? Sometimes it's recession back. Oh. Yeah, hold up, let me do that. So from Miker, we're saying recession. 75 results. So you and Rambo were really, really close if it was just the word recession by itself. And then Nvidia die, 13. Nvidia by itself, 1,277. Alright, AMD review. My bad. Real quick, I need to see what price these contracts went to. 17. Real quick, hold up. Real quick. Leave runners with stops at 17. I don't know if anybody's in this, but I do it purely out of respect of the play. You gotta just update that stuff. It's good for the play. Alright, my bad, man. I'm taking way long to get to the thing you requested. I just had to make sure everybody was good. Man loves Nvidia. Yeah, I know he does. I was just thinking the same thing, Leland, was just the word recession. Okay, yeah, y'all were like literally like a couple away on that one then, you and Leland. With just the word recession from Miker. Y'all were like literally like 4 or 5 away. Which is crazy because it could have been over 1,000 for all we knew. Yeah, IJ Rambo, haha, big red day recession back, big green recession, yeah. That's how you know, if that's how you can prove to someone that you've been in our chat for a long time, if you can tell us, like, how Miker works. If you can explain to me how Mike works, you've been here for a long time. That's pretty funny. What's up, Abad? How you doing, man? Hope you're doing good. That's okay if you haven't been tuning in, man. We love you just the same. Alright. Chris. Do you have a trade I'm looking over, or you just want me to review the whole thing? Because I will review the whole thing. We can do the daily, and then we can go to the smaller time frames. I don't have it completely charted, it looks like, on this time frame, but that's because I really don't have supply up here until, like, here. So we didn't even get up to it. So I can't even be like, oh, we went up to supply. And I could cheat and be like, we went up. If you do the halfway point from this to supply, we actually hit the halfway point and reject. I'm not going to do that, though, because I didn't have it drawn like that. But you could have it drawn like that now that we are aware of that. But what I would like to add is that whatever this level is needs to be added, because that's a pretty important rejection.
before actually hitting real supply. So that needs to be how your daily looks. Again, I chart using the monthly time frame TA routine levels, the emerging candles, and then my weekly supply and demand on the weekly time frame. And then I review it and look at it and trade it off of and study it and stare at it on the daily. That's how we get that. But they looks like they've slowly slowed down. I mean, again, I say slowly slowed down because they have. In a slow fashion, they slowed down. They took multiple days to reject this and then pull back. So a lot of trapped money inside of these couple days here. That's a damn fact. But 125.70, pretty important to the upside. Honestly, I would say 120.20s, but it looks like whatever this is. Yeah, 120 flat. 120 flat needs to be the level underneath that you're focused on for more downpour. You could aim for that day's close. You could aim for these lows, aim for these lows. You got a couple of nice downside targets, but I would not turn super bearish on this yet. It's kind of a big trend right now that tech charts are turning over. You could see Meta turning over. You could see Google turning over. You can see Netflix turning over just a little bit. Apple is turning over a little bit. Microsoft is slowly turning over a little bit. You see what I'm saying here? The trend is kind of picking up that a lot of tech charts are possibly slowing down and maybe even pulling back to a short-term extent. Now, does that mean all of these charts are gonna? This is like, let's say this is all the charts I just went over. Are they just gonna do this and then pull back, or are they just gonna do this, hold the support, and then build back up and range trade longer, or are they gonna randomly pop out of the range of the upside because we are still in an uptrend technically? You know, so there's a lot that can happen from these areas, but I do want to point out that a lot of charts are starting to look the same now, which is a good thing. This is a great thing because now you have things in unison and it can all make a little bit more sense. But yeah, no, tech is slowing down big time, and I'll give you that smaller time frame review as well. Oh, just the daily. Okay, he said screw the smaller time frames. I'm not like that. Okay, I respect it. Okay. He said just the daily, the price action was nice. That inverted hammer was nice AF. Yeah, so you see how I did that, though? You see why I said this was the supply, because it's the high to the last open, and then I was like, if you go from your last emerging candle to that supply, where's my fib? That's the halfway point. I only know that because of how many times I've drawn fibs. I'm not trying to, like, sound smart, but it's clear as day, like, if you remove this level. If you were to look at the chart right there, right now, and you understand, okay, here's my last emerging candle, here's my next resistance, here's my supply of that resistance. You know, if you can't see that that's like a halfway point or a golden pocket, then you haven't really been using fibs that long. And that's probably where they rejected and why they rejected. And it also just happened to be with timing. Remember, it didn't just reject the 50 and then pull back. What did it do? The rest of the market also pulled back with this sector. It wasn't just AMD by itself. So that's going to fuel AMD's TA a little bit more as well. And that's where you get your best plays, to be honest with you, on the bigger time frames. You don't get them just because of good TA on just this chart. You get a really nice gain on this because, let's say like this day, yeah, it had a bullish kicker, and yeah, the next day rallied. But you want to bet on what else rallied that day? Tech. I almost bet you $1 billion Tech also rallied that day or had a nice, decent green day, or at least semiconductors did. Something besides AMD also fueled with AMD that day. It wasn't by itself. So it's also the signals, the building up of your confidence around a play, and then seeing, okay, everything else is starting to turn that direction as well. That's the direction I want to go in. Like today, great example. Misi, if you're in here today, I'm about to shout you out. Huge shout out to Misi right here in lifetime chat. I don't want to show you everything we're doing in there. But she said, on the daily, Apple looks good for more short-term downside. Got a good OB yesterday. That's outside bar. Yesterday with volume, rejected golden pocket, making a lower high, has a small gap filled, slightly below 185. Might get a move to this level. Also currently was in the 90 MA. My next response looks just like Netflix, Meta, Google before they move more too. Even if it doesn't drop, we can watch Microsoft to see the same setup. The timing of everything. The timing of everything is going to pop up. And then you're going to get your better move. So it's better probability for your trades if other charts look like that are in that sector, right? That all makes sense. Let me know if you have any questions on that. But no, you were right though, Chris. AMD is a beautiful daily chart. I agree with you. That was a nice hammer rejection. I think what's cool too, even if you had that 50% fib kind of out of your mind like I did, it was kind of really just focusing on that high right there and seeing the fact they couldn't hold new gains after 3 days of holding inside of this candle. So it's almost like you're still looking for overall this candle to break. This is kind of like, whoops. It's not an outside bar. I mean, I guess it is an inside bar multiple days in a row. But what gets me is that 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day trading inside of it, rejected it. Highs did go past it, but they rejected it. Lower open, and we're still inside of this day. Like, so it's almost like, yeah, there are some bears still stepping in, and they could take this under whatever this is, 120. And this could be a really good day trade plan. This is where my most powerful day trades come from. This was like my Netflix trade today. Looking at it on this time frame, Chris, like you are, and then breaking it down on this time frame and going, okay, so like let today finish, and then tomorrow opens and all that stuff, and you're looking at 120, and you're like, okay, if this breaks, I'm looking for a possible drop, a possible continuation to the downside towards 118. Now you could set some passive targets in between to get yourself some in-between gains, secure some of those profits, and leave some runners to maybe reach your further targets. But overall, that's a pretty simple game plan, right? And it's just because of the power of what you just said. Going over the daily time frame, seeing, oh, nice rejection. It held inside of that day. It held at the 50% fib. Whatever your reason may be, it gives you a reason to like the chart. And then you can use that information on the smaller time frame and focus solely on that. And then those BB system levels, the pre-market high, the pre-market low, the previous day open, the previous day close, high, low, all that good stuff, just to give yourself more good short-term information. Because again, what are you going for? Short-term trades. So it's good to plan that way. Hi, Misi. My bad, I didn't see you there in the trade floor. I just thought as soon as you went over that, I was like that. When I see stuff like that, and this is why like Noxta probably thinks I'm like overhyping him a little bit, but like I think you guys are in tune. Like even if you guys make bad trades, whatever, you're in the application phase right now. That's gonna happen. But the fact that you can see these things before they happen, or see them kind of picking up at that time, or in live, seeing it pop up in real time, that proves to me it's like, okay, that person knows what they're looking for. That person has really good potential at being not just a good trader, but at being able to call out these moves before they happen. It's not an easy thing to do, but it shows like, okay, this person's put in at least 1,000 reps. They have at least 1,000 reps. They've looked at least 1,000 charts. Like there's just no way. Somebody that just randomly starts learning to trade doesn't say stuff like that. It doesn't ask questions like that. It doesn't pick up on stuff like that. That's something someone that's been in the game, that would be something they pick up on. So I always like to give shout outs to that. That's kind of why I probably overhype Noxta a little bit, and I don't overhype him. I don't think it's like that. I hype him up to what I believe his potential is. But he's just like that too. He'll point out things like before it starts happening. It's like, even if it doesn't happen, the fact he's going over it is like, okay, this dude is super intuitive. Like, he knows exactly what he's going for. And then whatever, if you mess up, you're in the application phase. It's gonna happen. Like actually trying to apply that information and stick to it, that's another whole battle itself. But being able to kind of think it through, that's an amazing start to things, because that kind of really just starts your path. And then if you could stick to that path, that's, then you're good. Thanks, B. The gap fill was on the 5-minute along with the retracement on the open and the low, then making lower lows. Yeah, it honestly looks really good. I'm not gonna lie. You could use just these levels and it'd probably be amazing for day trades, like today. It could start basing here for all we know. And then maybe tomorrow you get a crackdown. It could still happen today. It's pretty early. Either way. I'm gonna be hurt if Netflix kept going. Okay. Damn. Fleming's in the 220s again? There's a couple guys in my chat that called it out with each other, but I never once participated, man. I'm a little sad because this was a very clean chart, and I charted this pretty heavily. As you guys can see, I did a lot of supply-demand charting on the daily and the weekly, so there's a lot of levels going on here, but it makes sense to me. But what I liked about it is that it, one, finally built, and this is where a lot of people like me miss out on the chart because they're too focused on this. This is a problem I have as a swing trader, and I'm getting over it a little bit more and more. But this is something I'm personally working on for anybody who's interested. But I love swing trading. I'd rather swing trade than day trade. Now, I'm really good at day trading too, but I would still rather swing trade. Swing trading is just so much more fun. You get a lot more out of it. The information's a lot slower, more patient, so you consume it a little slower. So it feels like you're consuming it a little bit better because it's like eating a meal fast. You're not going to consume it that well, but you eat it slow. It's like, all right, that's pretty good. And that's kind of like how it is with the charts. But overall, this ugly basing, this just like in short-term vague comments, these aren't actual terms, but this is like ugly basing. It is. It has a low, it has a lower low, right? But it's earnings related. That's another reason to give it an ugly feature. So there's a bunch of ugly features here, and then it pops up. And this is what probably demotivates me to keep looking at it because there's nothing amazing here, right? And instead of just being smart and drawing my fib from where we broke out to where we slowed down and then going, all right, let me wait for this to hold, I'll just ignore it completely because I'm too wishful. I'm looking for a better test of this area, and I'm not getting it. Why am I not getting it? Because big money's not going to make it obvious. If they brought it down here every single time I got a base or an ugly base, then yeah, no shit, everybody would get in on that dip and catch this move because it would be obvious. But it's not obvious. You have to use your fib of where they based, where they broke out over, to where they slowed down before making their retest move. Because again, that that higher low is going to be your highest probability move. Again, whether it pops up here, you need to have a reason for it. That fib, again, breakout to slowdown, that would be your reason. And sometimes it kind of demotivates you. And then when you miss this, it almost takes your motivation away even more as a swing trader to look for the next one. So the next one happens. What's the next breakout? This level here. Where do they slow down at? Way up here. What do they do? Right above the control point again. They build another hammer. Even though you have this like bearish kicker look to it, it's on this rally. You have to remember it's over a zone. This is what it's testing. It's not testing these 4 candles. It's testing this zone. It's holding it. You get another gapped up red day. It's most likely a reset day. What is a reset day? This is where buyers are still in control, but they're not going to be heavily present on the volume charts or on the price action, on the candlesticks themselves. Or the bears. You're not going to see really anybody taking control. You might have a small red day, a small green day on these reset days, but you never end up getting a lot of movement. And this is just to make it not obvious. This is to shove as many people out of trades as possible, maybe even the beginning of a decaying type move, which would be, again, let's say we're all on calls and we're in this thinking it's a reset day. A decaying move would be if they kept bringing this down over the course of 3, 4, 5 days just to squeeze us out of the trade. And then regardless of them going up or down after that doesn't matter. They got you out of the trade. That's all was needed. But some days, though, most of the time, reset days in an uptrend, you're looking for more upside. Reset days in a downtrend, you're looking for more downside. Pretty simple, right? Next day, you get a bullish kicker. Look at the size of that candle. This is merely because of how many people are not participating in this. This is mostly the smart traders in this. All the dumb traders got out this day or the day before because they thought it was over. Or people who were just scaling out even. But people repositioning hesitated and probably didn't get back in because of this not as obvious move. So you have like a collection of these two crowds not getting into the trade and this continuing higher. And this is why I call them grind ups. We call them ugly basing. It's just stuff like that that kind of gets to you. But that's something I've been working on a lot recently with swing trading. Is just really the mechanics of everything. It's really all it is. Because these are obvious after the fact. But while you're in these moves and you're experiencing like this day, let's say SPY was tanking through the floor and then it picked back up reversed. It's not going to look crazy on that chart, right? But on Boeing or on a different weight of the market, you're going to see something different. Maybe Boeing doesn't look like SPY at all. Maybe it does. You know, maybe it looks completely different and it kind of throws you off. So in the moment, it's really hard to kind of think about those things. So it's going over it in these kind of storytelling sessions and just kind of reminding yourself like, look, this is what's supposed to happen. If anything deviates from what's supposed to happen, don't touch it. If I don't get the base and the move, you shouldn't be a part of this move at all. You shouldn't be a part of this move at all unless you see an inside candle and a positive print and you're taking a light position. Okay, that's great. But you shouldn't be taking a normal size position on any part of that first reactive move. What you need to be looking for is either the fib. Oh, from the first push to the first slowdown, I need to be looking for bullish candlesticks here, and then we can try to get in on the better higher low and see if that's the move that's going to break that next zone. not, oh, I need to get in on that first move, first candlestick that appeared. So that's something I've been working on a lot recently. And this is for both directions. This is for both upside, downside, range trading. Range trade, like right here, another great example. Range trading, you just find, oh, hey, there's a zone here and there's a level we're kind of fighting that we can't get over. Okay, well, then you need to be looking for bearish candlesticks up here and bullish candlesticks down here until proven otherwise. It's as simple as that. But in the moment, it's not as simple as that. It can be very complex. It can be very tedious. It can be kind of annoying because sometimes you'll get to yourself, you read something, you see noise. And that's why we talk about detaching yourself from your money, cutting out as much noise as you can from social media, from your friends, from anything. Whatever your problems may be or whatever noise you may have in your life, try to cut it out because it's just going to affect you. Alright, back to Spy Guy. Sorry for ranting for so long, but I just wanted to go over that because it's kind of interesting. Mr. Shadow said, head and shoulder pattern on Tesla 1 minute from 9:43 a.m. low of day. I don't really play these, but it looks like it's playing out. I like it too because it's kind of like wobbly. You never want them to be balanced or flat. You want your head and shoulders to be angled, I guess is what I should say. Angled. At an angle. But thanks, guys. Lots of likes on today's stream. Be sure to like the stream if you have not already. I cannot type today. Do you guys like the labels on here, or y'all don't care for it? I thought I'd start doing it more, because I know some people that tune in are like, what the hell am I looking at? And then some of you guys are so in tune, you know exactly what it is without the labels, so... Then big drop on new hourly candle. That's definitely a good theory too, Timmy. Your inputs. If you're in puts, I know why. I just want y'all to know that is demand. So if a buyer move comes out of nowhere, don't just sit on there and hold it forever. That's all I gotta say. But I do not blame y'all for being in shorts because all we've had since today's open is lower highs. Now, earlier I was saying it's not really that impressive because we just have one and we're still over demand. But the fact you put in multiple now is starting to kind of add into the pile of, wait a minute, bears might slowly be creeping into this chart more and more and more. The trend of the day is telling us that. The trend of the last 2 days is telling us that. We just don't have the break of that demand from Tuesday. So if you can get that, you're looking great to the downside. You most likely will reach 452.20s in a matter of minutes if that does happen, just because of how much consolidation is here, how much built-up pressure is here. But just remember, buyer moves have been happening from Tuesday low demand in just this general area for multiple days, but this is from just the other day. So just kind of saying the same thing over and over, but just reminding. I can see why some of you would like shorts here. I can see why some of you would like longs here. I really do see this as a gray zone, though. Kind of sucks, too, because this looked really good when it held. Just didn't get any move after. This looked really good. Just didn't really get a crazy move. I mean, you got a couple good moves after, but it didn't get that good follow-through, you know? Thanks for sharing, B. I get too early, or I'm sometimes impatient with the slow grind moves. It's hard to be patient, dude. It's so hard. I try to tell people this though, like you think this now. We all think this. I'm not just speaking to Alexis, but like you think this now because you're in the moment. Remember what I just said about the swing trading charts? You kind of go from being in the moment to not being in the moment, and kind of give you two different mindsets. You're in the mindset right now of like, oh my god, I have to get a trade right now. I have to get a trade today. I have to prove myself today. It doesn't need to be like that every day, though, because you waste your energy on those days that doesn't give you much follow-through. You're not going to have energy left over for the days that do give you follow-through, and you just got to remind yourself the market is always going to be like this. The market is always going to have loads of days where the first 30 minutes we're getting a lot of moves. We're going to have days where the last 30 minutes get all the moves. We're going to have days where it's just consolidation all day. We're going to have days where it rallies all day. We're going to have days where it drops all day, but every day is going to be just a little bit different. But they are kind of categorized under those little different types of days we get, though. So it's just good to remind yourself, you know what, this isn't one of those days that I need to go ball out. And if it does become one of those days, you know, I'll set an alarm for the last hour, 2 hours of the day, and then I'll come recheck. You don't need to be, you know, looking to trade every single candle. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm just saying that's what it can lead to, though. And just everybody in general, not just Alexis. Everybody, thinks like this. You're in the moment. You want to get a trade in. You want to prove to yourself, I do know what I'm talking about. I do know what I want to do. Alright, what's going on in here? I'm typing a bunch. Looking at some charts. I know what they are, but I like them. My target is 453. I mean, if you get the break at 453.50, that's a good first target. If you have any extra contracts, I'd definitely try to leave a runner for that next one. Because if you get a break of that, that might be your confirmation of push through 453, in my opinion. But good first target. Not going to hate on that. I like it. I see Bulls had a good opportunity at 15 to 30. Take it. There's this base built. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if we get another lower high in place here and see if they crack down under the demand of Tuesday. If that does happen, there's a couple levels underneath here, actually. Before 450, you got that flat 453. Remember, psych levels, your whole numbers, 453. We got our bigger time frame level from the TA routine, 452.25. If you want to round it up to 25, you can. 452, kind of a psych level, so if you want to highlight those in between, kind of make it a whole area, you can. 451, you got 450.25, which if we get back to that today, I'll be a little impressed. If we touch this level, I won't be that shocked, but if we get all the way down here today, I think I would be a little impressed at how much distance they're getting, how much length of the chart they're taking. Can we get 2 more likes to pop 50 on the stream? Thank you guys so much for being here, by the way. Thank you, Jack, for the donation earlier. Thank you to... Is it Monclesi? Or someone else signed up earlier. I can't remember. Somebody signed up, though. Appreciate whoever it was. Anybody else who's liked the stream, appreciate you. And if you have updated anything about the market in the stream, I also appreciate you. Thank you for doing that. It does add value into the stream. And I try to get onto bad comments, but I generally don't see bad comments in here anymore. Maybe like a month or so ago, there was a handful of people that just posted really, really dumb comments. But I genuinely do not see dumb comments from you guys, and I haven't for a while. So, when I say dumb, I don't mean like actually dumb. I mean like just saying random things no one's going off of. We don't trade by random things in here. We're not trading Bollinger Bands in here. We're not trading that crap, so I don't want to hear about it. Nobody in here needs to hear about it. We don't focus on that. Go somewhere else with that energy. But I do love all the updates you guys have been dropping with like price action, what levels are we near, what day are we near, you know, price history information. That's crazy. You know, when someone's like, yo, this was an emerging candle from blah, blah, blah in 2020, or yo, this is a level from 3 weeks ago that we just couldn't break, and here we are again. And so it's just nice to hear those kind of things. A lot of you guys are really good at that. The patterns, a lot of you guys have been calling out patterns very well, positioning, risk reward. So it's been really nice reading all y'all's comments out loud lately. Over the past couple months, really. Good morning, Ace. How you doing, man? How are you at the International Space Station, man? He's speaking to us all the way from space. From space? No, I was just kidding. He's not actually in space. I wish. No, I was trolling. I was trolling. I sounded pretty serious though, huh? I jumped the gun on my entry, like effing always, but I have a good stop that didn't get hit. Alright, Timmy, stick to it. Stick to it. Also, good awareness, pointing out that you have entered early. It is smart to do that. Because it might piss you off, might annoy you now, but later on you'll be like, you know what? I'm glad I didn't lie to myself. I'm glad I was being realistic. I'm glad I pointed out what was happening. So even if you did make the mistake, at least you're making yourself aware, hey, I did it. Same, my stop didn't hit as well, and I'm back in profit, currently at 8%. Nice. Yeah, we'll see if we get continuous lower highs. You guys seem to be fine for now. Looks like they are looking to try to at least test the 453.50s, which remember, that was the low of that area here that we have highlighted that was not breaking. So if that breaks, possibly looking for another flush. Sellers definitely working their best, though, to keep us down in that demand. See if they break it. How do you feel about zero DTEs? I think they're great if you have good entry points and you stick to being in a trade quick. If you're going to get into a trade and expect to be able to sit in it for a long time, I think you're high. But if you get into a, like, because there's good optimal entry points. You know, if you see we opened high at a level and you're like, oh, I like that rejection, or you see this and you're like, oh, I like that rejection, that's a good high probability trade because you're getting good risk reward. You're against a resistance with a pattern, or you're against a support with a pattern, you know, whatever it is, then that is a good high probable entry point. And if you do a same day, which I am cool with, I have a whole live trading series on it, actually. If you want to go review that, you can. I do like it a lot, but what I don't like is when people ignore my advice of saying, hey, don't sit in it for too long, dummy. Don't take entries that are early, dummy. Don't make it harder on yourself is what I'm saying. You know, don't get into the trade early. You know it's early. You know, and then two, don't chase. Don't chase. If you're going to chase on a same day, you're going to be in so much pain so quick. So quick. So you just need to be optimal with how you plan them, is really what I'm saying. Okay, so don't just randomly get in. Don't just randomly hold it, because that will burn up your account. I know the best, so I know it the best because I've burned up the most on same days, probably out of... Actually, there's probably only a few people here who have probably traded more same days than me. I would maybe say Leland, maybe Mel, but that's about it. So, really good risk reward, and you need to stick to what you plan. That's my short answer for you. But I do like them a lot because they provide a lot of opportunity for smaller money. But I don't like to tell people that because it makes them think like, oh, this is for people who can use smaller amounts of money to trade with. Oh, okay, that's what I need to be doing because it's easy, right? And then they think it's easy, and then they get into it, and then they blow all their money. It's not easy. It's hard as hell. It's just as hard as any other style of trading. Don't get into it thinking that, oh, this is where I need to be. Okay, perfect. No, it's just another weapon to your, to your toolbox. I wouldn't sit there and be like, I'm only trading same days. No, it can just be something you can also do if you see a quick opportunity that you want to get into. I don't know if I would only do same days. That's not really optimal. You still need to trade other tickers, go through some stuff, because other sectors are going to be moving. You still need to look at SPY to get awareness of what's going on. You still need to be going through their SPY sectors to see, okay, what's holding, what's not, what's got the momentum, what doesn't. And then going across those sectors' weights and going, okay, this is doing this is doing that, this is moving the most, this has the most potential for that, and then taking a risk on those. Whether you're swing trading them, whether you're drawing them on the bigger time frame to trade on the smaller time frames, whatever it may be. But you need to have multiple things, multiple tools in your toolbox, not just same days, not just 40% entries. You need to have all of these in your toolbox. And guys, there's that buyer move I said that could possibly show up because, again, this is a demand area. But we'll see. Does this just turn into another lower high and they finally crack this support? Very, very big key area being tested right now. Man, 11 a.m. It's officially been 2.5 hours since the open. If we don't get back under 454, I'm switching bias. Technically, Bulls taking control at 12. Good looks, Timmy. What's everyone in here looking at? Are you guys looking at SPY? Are you just looking at the stream? Are you looking at different weights? What are you guys personally looking at right now? It's okay if you're just listening in and you're doing your thing at work or you're busy throughout the day. That's cool too. If you're not able to look at anything. Totally fine. Amazon, you're looking at Amazon. Nice. XLY, consumer discretionary. Love that sector. I like Amazon a lot too because you could just look at Tesla and McDonald's, Nike, Home Depot. You could really just get a good picture for what that sector's doing. But Amazon's such a beast. Watching Target just grind away on the 5-minute. Actually, cyber shopping was actually through the roof. You'd be surprised. Why I think it's not getting as much hype as people are expecting is that I really do believe everyone's in the mindset that everyone's broke, which they are, but at the same time, people are still spending money. People are still using so much credit, so much cash. It's crazy. Our economy is insane. So I think it's just kind of underhyped because I think everyone's in the mindset that like everyone is broke and isn't able to spend money. Because I feel like that is like a general opinion that everyone thinks that everyone's broke. I mean, they are, but they're still able to spend money though. So it can't be that bad, you know? I don't know, we'll see. So far though, spending is at an all-time high right now. So is debt. So is scamming. What do you call it? Identity theft is through the roof. Which these are all signs of chaos. I forgot the theory that it's called, but this ties into like Michael Burry's whole like reason on why he likes shorting the housing market, and it was just all these things that line up. And he's talking about like how the housing market was in such a high area and it was inflated and it fell, and that's kind of where we are right now. You know, we're kind of at a part where like if any of these things fall through the floor, our economy does get a lot worse. and that's if, you know, jobs stay where they are. If employment stays strong, job numbers stay strong, then, you know, that can play into it as well. That's kind of what stopped them with the initial inflation, too. They were like, well, shit, our labor market's so strong. Why is all this happening? Blah, blah, blah. And, you know, just not making sense because it's taking too long to get the data. It's taking months and months of time. Yeah, no, that's a fact, Timmy. I don't know if that's the exact number, but it is a really, really high number like that. It's a lot. No, it's a legit thing. But yeah, it was record spending for Cyber Monday and Black Friday, like Jack said. But Timmy is also right. You see what I mean, though? It's crazy. We really are like a make or break spot of our economy, head to toe. Not just supply-demand chain, not just energy, not just prices of products, but consumers. Consumers, jobs, everything. Everything's kind of getting to a breaking point soon. I don't think they're going to have the money or ability to just whip out free checks for everybody again. I don't think that's going to happen. It's also not going to help. One second, guys. I'll be right back. I have to grab something. All right, I'm back. Am here, present. Anybody got any good jokes or memes or anything to share? Did you see what RFK said about BlackRock and the housing market? I'll find the clip and put it in off topic. 454 to 453.60 range incoming. Timmy said that would give bears control of that supply. Good call out. You do need that break under. You are correct. Forbes did a Hall of Shame. Let's go. Forbes built a Hall of Shame for all of the questionable people on its 30 under 30 list. Thank you. I've been begging for this. There's so many people. I'm not a Martin Shkreli hater. I actually like Martin Shkreli. Now, everybody else in that list can stay there. Let me see who's on this list. Damn, they did put my boy Martin up there. That's messed up. Alright, looks like they are trying to... Let me check some other charts, I don't know. Damn, Netflix did go back up. I'm glad we took some short-term profits. They look good. We did good on that. Let's go to DG. They still going? Nope. They hit another high, but they finally slowed down again. I think DG is finally slowing down. And then maybe we'll get some better basing to get another play on that one. CLF, I'm proud of that one. That was a really good one. Ain't no Daffy play, but it was alright. And then Neo's still dog. Yo, good afternoon. Speaking of Daffy, what's up, Daffy? Good afternoon, Familia. How you doing, brother? I don't know why I don't leave this up when I have a single chart, but then I leave it up when I have 4. SPX, man. I just need to rechart this. It keeps saving on the default chart. I want it to go to this one. This is the one I update every day. Just gonna post some charts in chat real quick so everybody sees an update of what everything looks like. Oh, fuck. Guys. Guys. SPX is making a new low. Can they break the Tuesday low demand on SPY? I think things are happening. Qs isn't really moving that much. That's not selling me that much on the triple Qs. SPX is all by itself. What the hell's going on here? To confiscate the money. Well, Daffy was correct. They did want to hit 100. Oil had a nice pump at the open, then dump. So keeping everything on watch till the end of the week. Still liking oil for upside and DE for downside. Chuck said Tesla having a hard time to going under 240. Looks like Timmy and Monclesi are managing their trade. Oh man, I got you guys all excited for nothing. We didn't even break the new low yet. Soon. I like mail just pops up, says soon. Timmy said 9 EMA, 1 minute came down, it's now or never. Told you guys, they're going to make it very annoying and very weird, because it is demand. You know, they have to break it, then they have to show that they can retest under it, and then push away from it, and then it's seller control. Right, so anything before that is early. So make sure you guys are in light. If you are doing something like that, I see a couple of you shorting. Make sure you keep your stops tight. Don't go crazy. Remember what we talked about. They can make it very ugly. MCD bear flag after bear flag on the 15-minute. Ooh, good looks, Alexis. On McDonald's of all tickers, too. Nice time frame, too. The 15 minutes so strong. Daffy said 1 hour time frame still good for downside. Oops. Oh, no, bearish momentum is there. They've been in control from open. It's just really slow because we're still holding really, really good areas. But no, you're right. Bears have been in control. Just not getting any good follow through. Any second though, too, you could just flush straight to 452.20s. It's gonna be very fast. Timmy said, because we opened at 8:30. Yeah. I mean, you could set it up either way technically, but I'm not gonna try to make this confusing. Oh, good looks by Misi. She said inside bar on the 5-minute for SPY. She is correct.
Check our news pages. A lot of ECB speakers later on. Or no, I guess that already happened. Tomorrow we got bar. Really, the big thing coming out tomorrow is going to be PMI, because that'll be our final manufacturing numbers, and that's really it tomorrow. That's really your biggest news tomorrow besides Powell. Everyone's going to be focused on Powell. So honestly, all of this might get ignored from here to here. Whoops, from here to here. Almost all of that will probably get ignored just because of this man. But ISM manufacturing final, these will probably do a little bit of movement on the market if we get anything new. If they're just in line, we'll probably just get an initial move, and then we'll see it range trade, and then we'll wait for Powell. But that seems to be the news for then. Nothing crazy else came out today. Nothing new on here. Same information as earlier. Oil prices continue to pull back. Gross stocks lag compared to value. 80 line skews positive, but we have losses in Apple, Microsoft, Amazon. Crude oil futures, mega caps. And then Salesforce and the Dow. And then earning. You also come here too. It's kind of a free thing. It's not as intricate on the news page, the Discover and the Home and all that. But what I come here for is earnings, because earnings is kind of cool. It's really easy to read. You can see who's before. You can see who's after. It's really easy to see. But you got Marvel, Ulta, Dell, Path. It's really the big ones. ClearSpark. Wait, is that one? Yeah, CleanSpark. This is, I think they're related to Tesla, if I remember correctly. Interesting. Oh yeah, and members, there's a new video there for you all. Plan trade review. In this video, in the very beginning, I go over just kind of like the game plan and some stuff about that stuff, kind of beforehand talk. And then I have a trade that I go over, as well as some other things. It's not just about the trade, so I didn't just call it, oh, this is my trade review, because it's a lot more than that. So I just named it Plan Trade Review, because it kind of made sense with what I went over in that video. Buyers are still holding the short-term Tuesday low demand. They are making the bears work for it. Just updating the Discord saying that the Tuesday low demand is being a little stubborn. Still holding. It's like nothing new to update. Still holding. Still in a downtrend from open. But if the demand holds, you could get some nice pops off this support. Buyers could create more room underneath. But if not, this could be the move that I talked about earlier that turns this demand into supply, which would turn a buyer area into a seller area. And this could bring price down with momentum. Instead of these like little drops, pops, little drops, pops, little drops, pops. Might actually just see a really, really nice leg down. If that is to what happens at the zone there. If they end up popping back over it and then get some more room underneath, bulls have a lot more probability of trying to hold the range for a little bit longer. And then by the time that's over with, we'll see what time it is.
It's already almost... Oh, no, we're still 20 minutes off noon. It's 1 o'clock Eastern. Whoa, if you guys have lifetime, check swing trading TA. The man, the myth, the legend just appeared. Holy, look at that buyer move. Oh my gosh. Tuesday demand still holding. Thank you, Vanessa. Actually, thank you to everybody on that video. I was looking at that. I went when I went out of my room, I looked at my phone, and I saw my bell was going off. I was like, "What the hell's going on?" And I went to go look, and I guess my notifications weren't going off on my other app because I was like, "What's going on?" But a bunch of people had like commented on this. I was like, "Oh crap!" So I went to go reply to everybody who had. At first I'd only seen Dividend and I think Charles, and that was it. And then I went back and looked, and like SF was here, Jay Vrad was here, SK, Mikey, Sonia, like everybody was here. So yeah, definitely appreciate you guys for commenting and liking the video, which I don't know if commenting and liking does anything, but I do actually reply to as many of these comments as I can, because I mean, if you're like a member of the channel, I do take you as a little bit of a priority. So it's like, okay, I'll go see what they're talking about, even if it's just like a dumb small comment like thank you or whatever. It's still very nice. Morning start on the 30-minute on CVX, but they have a lot of room to catch up. Yeah, no, CVX, I could see that one basing for a bit, but it probably will shoot back up over time. When you see like tech sector pulling back more, you might have a great opportunity on that. Industrial staples, energy getting a nice bounce. Sand Dollar said, "Good looks by Daffy and Sand Dollar. Thank you both." That's crazy. I just knew we were going to lose Tuesday demand. Just goes to show no bias. Exactly. You can't be biased. You have to realize demand is where bulls are, supply is where sellers are. And until proven otherwise, we aren't allowed to think the other way. So like I said, you know, be like in that video, like we were just talking about, you know, it's, yeah, you probably are bearish from open, but what is still there? Demand. You know, so it's okay. You can be short to this level. You can be short to here until we break it. I get that. You can be short. You can be long. It doesn't matter. There's two really good sides of the trade here because of the range that we're in. This is going to happen. Where both sides of the ball get some fun. But like you said, no bias. Don't marry your bias. Be both. Be a bear and a bull. Be best of both worlds. Don't sit there and just be a bull or just be a bear and then switch it and then switch it again and then switch it again. Be both. Be in the mindset of both, because then you'll unlock everything. You'll understand, okay, this is bullish, this is bearish. Timmy was doing it all day too. He was talking about, you know, what makes this bearish, what makes it bullish, and it's just good to tell yourself that. It's not for others, it's for yourself, to remind yourself. But yeah, pretty good movement so far. Off of the Tuesday low demand. What the hell? Oh. Oh my god. Commenting and likes generate upbeat analytics on monetized channels. Yeah, but I don't know what it does with the private ones. Like what I meant with, because that was a members only video. I don't think it's not gonna draw new people to the channel because it's limited to just the people who are within the channel. So I was just saying on those, I don't know if it actually does anything, but I was just saying I appreciate it nonetheless, regardless if it helps or not. I don't really ever do that with my videos as much. I try not to be like, hey guys, let's get this to 50 likes. Like I used to have the bot that posted like that, like an auto message, but I try not to be like that. I want to grow, but I don't want to I don't want to like be weird. It's kind of like vanilla and annoying to be like one of those YouTubers who are like, guys, if we don't get this to 50 likes, I'm not releasing this or that. And we've done it in the past, and it just feels so weird. I'll just release stuff when I'm finished with it. I don't need to hype it up. If the 20, 30 people want to check it out, they can. If 100, 200 people want to check it out, they can. What's up, Sand Dollar? What's going on in the world of Sand Dollar today, man? I'm hyped to hear about it. What's going on? Where are we in today's world? The Cyber production line. Have y'all seen the Cybertruck production line yet? That looks crazy cool. Let's see. Is this just another lower high, trying to battle through those Tuesday low demand levels? Or does this hold and build base and move higher? These are the two scenarios in front of you. I'm getting over a cold in the land of Okie. I didn't dress warm enough a few days ago north of Minneapolis. Damn. Oh yeah, it is probably cold up there right now, huh? Us people in the South, we don't know what's going on around the rest of the world. Hemingway daiquiris. When in doubt, warm up on the inside. That's smart. All right. What's up, Alexis? How's your day today, man? I saw you're trading. I just meant in general. I wonder if we range rest of the day. Vanessa says I was wondering the same. It's definitely possible. Random, but this music is really soothing while I work. I've actually heard that a lot by people. It's like between the few lo-fi playlists I go to that are like 10, 11 hours long. Or this one's 12 hours, actually. But it's kind of funny. A lot of people say it's like soothing. Like they don't even notice there's music on because it just feels right or whatever. Vibing, relaxed, nice. Only in New Hampshire today. Not bad. Nice, nice. Not too much driving. Hopefully. Mel says will drop. Hey, I like that ticker. An airline ETF. The only airline that is not involved in this, but is still connected to it, is Boeing. I love looking at this. Damn, Jet's building back up. I remember looking at AAL and DAL, and then somebody in chat, I don't remember who, so I'm sorry that I didn't give you credit, but somebody typed or played save, and I was like, holy crap, airlines, and I saw that one, but then I didn't see the other ones reacting like that, so I was like, huh. But I do like, I have a big sheet in Lifetime chat that covers like an actual analysis on like when you should buy this, and I have it kind of set between these two levels, I think. Wait. No, this one. Yeah, so if you get it above this area, it looks good, which it looks like it did make one really nice move off that. Let's see the daily and see what that looks like. Yeah, nice rounding move, gap up, built some base. If you go from the, I mean, you could do two different fibs here, but if you go from the low to their first slowdown, see they kind of just consolidated, built back up, and now they're consolidating above that, and it looks like 12 flat to 1190s is a key area to watch out for. So if you just want to highlight both of those, you can. What's going on here? Oh, rectangle tool. Come on. There we go. So that'd be what I'm looking out for if you're looking at American Airlines. It looks like Delta chart was pretty identical to that, just different numbers. But good looks, Daffy. Looks like he likes the consolidation building up a little bit more. Immediately checks Jets. Yeah, man, if Daffy's posting, I gotta see it instantly. So one thing I like to challenge myself to do, and I guess I've never talked about this like openly or said it, because I don't know, it's weird thinking about it. But something I really like to do, and I'm not gonna be like, I got good at this, but like it's good to get good at this. But like, let's say you're a friend or someone you know, right? And I'm gonna use my examples, like in this case, Daffy or Mel. Right? If Daffy says Bueller check Jets weekly and daily, I should be able to find what he likes about it because we trade the same. We have the same system. I should be able to find it and understand exactly what he's going for, right? And the same thing for smaller time frames, right? If I draw my levels and Mel draws them and we do all that, and we have all of our zones set, I should end up with pretty similar info as him. I should be able to look right at his chart and go, you know what? That's what Mel liked. He liked that it broke this. He liked that it retested this. He liked this. He liked that. If you can't do that, you're really not helping your intuition a little bit, because I really feel like it does sharpen your intuition when you can break down what other people are doing based off of y'all doing the same thing, the same levels, same zones, because it's not something you can do with just any random person, but you're in a community of people, so you're going to bump into plenty of people who are trying to do the same thing as you around the same areas as you. Again, just draw the levels the right way, draw them the same way, keep them going for a while, and then review through them. But a really cool thing to practice, though, is doing what I just said. Kind of anytime I see Daffy go, check Jets weekly, check Jets daily, I'm like, bam, all right, I go to instantly try to find what does he like about it. Same thing for anybody in chat, and I use Mel as an example because he does this a lot. But he'll post a trade and be like, look, Bueller, look what I did. And then I'll instantly be like, all right, I think you liked it because of this, 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 and this. And he'll be like, yeah, you're right on most of that. And it's just nice to be able to see what they're seeing just because you're using the same stuff. And that should prove your capability. You are capable if you're able to do that. So, I don't know. I feel like it's a really good practice to kind of sharpen your wits a little bit. But I challenge all of you to try to do that more. Whether you find a trading buddy within the server or you're in the server and you're just on the trade floor, I don't care. But I challenge you guys to do that. Holy fuck. Sorry guys, I was typing a lot. I was going off on somebody in trade floor. Trading buddy is very important. Can we be buddies? We're already buddies. Or do you mean Daffy? You want to be Daffy's buddy, not mine. I get it. Just now tuning in. Had a busy morning. Hope all is well. What's up, Matthew? How you doing, man? I missed you. I was thinking about you the other day, man. No, I missed you. Aw. Well, I'm glad your busy morning is most likely over, considering we're in lunchtime now. Hopefully your middle part of your day is going better. But yeah, right now, you didn't really miss much, though, Matthew. We just got a little bit of a higher open. I think everybody was kind of off to a hot start thinking we were going to just rally. We ended up getting a rejection of 455.50s multiple times now, but really haven't gone anywhere. We've just gone down to the notable area of Tuesday's low demand and didn't really crack it. Holding a potential higher low here now. What a great time to tune it, yeah. Tuning into me spamming my keyboard. I thought the exact same thing when he said that. I was like, great. What a great thing to just tune in and hear me talking about. The first thing he hears me saying is me going off on somebody. Which, again, I don't do that a lot. It's just... I don't think people take me serious. Like, I think people join this chat and just start bitching and moaning and crying thinking I'll take them serious. Like, no, I'm not. I'm not going to take you serious. This is my server. This is my community. It is my responsibility to create a warm, growing, and helpful environment for these people, for me, for everybody, right? So I'm not just going to let somebody sit here and cry about things they don't understand and then just keep complaining, which is even worse, because if you have a membership in another group, but you're spending your time in mine without a role and just complaining all the time, yeah, I'm just going to boot you. You're a waste of my server's time. You're a waste of space. You're getting in the way of my people learning. You're getting in the way of my people having a good environment around them. So yeah, I'm going to treat that the right way. I'm going to just boot you. I don't boot members, but that guy didn't even have a role. You like this potential base build? Oh, great time to watch the market. I mean, my bad, Timmy. I'm also misreading Timmy now. Great. But no, yeah, I like this a little bit more too, Timmy. I'm starting to like the not as reactive moves. They're not just hitting it and running. You know, they're hitting it, bouncing, hitting it again, trying to hold. So, like I said, potentially seeing a base build here. We still have to respect that this is a demand area. But we end up seeing some lower highs in here, which again, we still haven't seen that trend change. I'd like to add that too. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, possible lower high. I mean, we're still just making lower highs while holding the same support. So it's getting a little pressured here now. Clean Spark, Sandollar, Clean Spark. I think I was saying, is that the company that relates to Tesla, or is that just a different company in general? Because there's one of those companies connect to Tesla. Now, they are their own company. I'm not saying they aren't, but it's either Clear Spark, Clean Spark, or something. But one of those connect to Tesla. That was a while ago. Said you were driving, though. Looks like the sectors just don't want to agree yet. Exactly. We're getting a lot of just settling. A lot of indecisive price action. Nothing knows what it wants yet. I will say this, though. Tech sector knows what it wants, and we already went over this. I went over a lot of the biggest markets' weights. If you go to the daily, and I'm not saying this is how the dailies have already begun. This is just how they look, right? So you see how this is like curling up, coming back down? Just look at kind of like that recent price action. You can see all of your top weights are turning back around. And I'm not saying this is going to be your biggest reversal, but you can see what I'm trying to get at here, though. You can see there are some notable weights trying to hold lower. Whoops, I actually typed in the whole word Google. But you can see, though, a lot of the biggest markets weights have started doing the same thing. So even if this isn't bearish in terms of like they're going to send us down here, they're just doing a short-term pullback, it doesn't matter. They've already begun. So we're going to be seeing other sectors possibly react, whether it's today, tomorrow, or over the next couple days. We don't know. Staples don't look too bad. Industrials don't look too bad. Energy is just getting indecisive, but I like the base they're building. Base materials have been on the rally. Daffy. That's funny. Oh my god, Timmy. He said, I've been afraid to go shower for over an hour now. That's dedication. I swear, Timmy. I have enjoyed every moment of you being here. Ever since you got in that wreck and you joined in here, and then you like put somebody else on to be in here and like all that stuff. Dude, I've enjoyed every moment of you being here. Even if like there's been like some ups and downs and losses and wins, it doesn't matter to me. The experience is everything. Maybe it was cattle. I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest with you, Sandollar. Maybe it was that one. Thank you for trying to clarify, though, with my own confusion. Chuck, too. It's kind of fun reading your journey, too. There's a lot of people to track now, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you guys are... Like I know there's only, like, 40, 50, 60 people in here at a time all the time, but there's hundreds of you. There's hundreds of you here. It's crazy. So I, like, try my best to remember everybody. But, man, some of y'all, like, leave a really good imprint on my head because of, like, how many times you're in here, how active you are, some of the trades you're making. It's not even just like, oh, I only remember this guy because he made 1,000%. Like, no, sometimes I remember this person because it'll be like, oh, that's that guy that lost like 50%, and then he took another trade and he didn't let it get to him, and then he got it all back, and it was like, holy crap, that's that guy. That's that resilient trader. Okay, I put in a trade. Now I'm gone. Stop in place. Okay, yeah, go shower. Good luck. Thank you, Chief. Me learn something new about Tesla. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Every company does that too. Sand Dollar, they'll have companies that connect to them that are only for one application or for one use. Like let's say I'm Microsoft, and I find this really, 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 really good data company that I want to get into. I'll go collect them. I'll go acquire them, or I'll build a business partnership with them. And regardless of owning them or not, they're now part of the Microsoft company. Now they're not they're still different companies. They're still their own thing, but they connect so much more now, so it adds a little bit more effect to it. And that happens a lot. Regardless of them actually acquiring the company. But yeah, no, like Tesla, though, has a lot of companies like that where they're doing huge deals with for whether it's like batteries or for a certain type of resource they need or anything. It's pretty crazy. One of the most innovative companies ever. BB, thank you, sir. I am up 10% on my account today. I am done for the day and just watching and listening to the group. Nice, Chuck. 10% on the day. Round of applause. Didn't you just have another day like that yesterday or the day before? I could have swore you've had a couple days like that this week already. You're on fire, Chuck. Good for you, man. And hey, does it make sense? I guess that's what I should be asking, not just hyping you up. Does it make sense though when you're making those gains? Has everything made sense up to this point? Do you feel more confident? Because then I can say I'm proud of you. If everything just kind of felt random and didn't make sense, then it's like, we need to go over some stuff then. But if it all makes sense, I'm happy for you. Good stuff on the gains, regardless. We're still rejecting 454 area. Makes sense after the talk about the heavy weight rolling over. 100%. I think that's what a lot of people are looking at, too. They're like, why aren't we moving a lot? It's like, bro, are you serious? The tech sector is not moving. That's our largest sector. Let's look at our top 2 sectors. I'm not even going to go to the rest, right? So here's tech. Higher open, dump, dump, base, right? We got that. Healthcare. Pump, 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 pump. They're starting to come back down. So you can see how this slowly dented this. And that's why SPY is doing this, but kind of angled down. Because things are slowly decaying downwards, but they're not breaking anything. It's almost like they're perfectly holding it there. Good job on your CVX, BTD, dude. Good stuff. I'm assuming you got the higher low, Sand Dollar. Did you get this candle? Or a candle before that? Let me know. I am a little interested now. Always in here, just keeping it low-key. I appreciate that, Kem. You know me, man. I appreciate you. I honestly don't care if you guys type or anything like that. I just want to see that stuff makes sense to you. That's it. If you grinding on your own in silence is how you do it, more power to you. More power to you. I'm gonna leave it on the 30. We have enough price action here now. I don't need to move it to the 15-minute again. That's the main reason I do that. Yes, things are making sense as long as I keep my head clear to be patient. No FOMO, fear of missing out. Cut my loss way before. Oh, cut my loss way before I used to and take profit. Okay. When profits are given to me, stop asking myself for more. Reminding yourself, I like that. Already talking to yourself. You're already in it. Yeah, when you start talking to yourself, that's how you know you're trading. Now you are giving away intelligence, Duckman. Bueller, can you fix VIX? It's broken. Jesus. Yeah, that didn't make any sense. I read through his rant, and none of it made sense. The things he was complaining about don't even connect. He's over here like... He's like, bruh, how's SPX up this much? but VIX is doing this. He's like, how is it doing that? I'm like, what? That's me recreating Signal Trader's voice, by the way. How does it do that? As I have told you guys many times, the VIX is never, nor will it ever, be the exact opposite of what we know as SPY or the equity market. This tracks volatility, the juice. So if VIX is down, right? Hear me out. If VIX is down and has been going down, we can assume volatility is low, meaning options are not going to be as attractive, right? And as we start to get pops off this, yes, we most likely will have short-term red reactions on equity charts, but we will also have better, higher volatility option-priced contracts. Okay? Now check this out. Now, people are always like, well, what about SPX? Does that connect to SPY? Yes, it connects to SPY. They're almost essentially the same thing, except what? Leland, you go ahead and tell them. What is the difference between SPX and SPY? Oh, I was already on SPY. SPY is breaking lower, by the way, as I'm trying to do this big rant. Sector started to move together, looks like. Leland said, because the market is rigged, I've been telling you. Contract sizing. But it's funny because SPX literally calculates the options chain of SPY. So people are always like, why are these opposites? Why aren't these doing the same thing? They're not supposed to be doing the same thing. They're not the exact same thing. So you're not going to need to expect that either. VIX, every time VIX goes up, that doesn't mean every time VIX goes up, SPY goes down. Every time the dollar goes up, that doesn't mean every time the dollar goes up, SPY goes down. Yes, they apply heavy amounts of pressure to each other, but they are not exact opposites. So you shouldn't be sitting here expecting absolute perfect follow-up moves of when one drops, the other one rises, the other one rises, the other one drops. That's not how you should be looking at them. Timmy said, fastest shower of my life. There we go, Leland. Thank you. He said, SPX is the index. It's directly priced to the companies in the S&P and their weights. SPY is an ETF that tracks the SPX. Pin that. Somebody pin that. Bueller, pin that. Thank you. Yeah, you didn't miss much, Timmy. Timmy. No way. Neo had news? Did it do anything to the price? That's interesting. It says Neo stock announces new battery partnership with Geely. Geely, I don't know how to pronounce that one. According to Reuters report, Geely, which owns the Volvo brand, among others, represents the second automaker to sign a battery swapping deal with Neo. Last week, the EV giant announced... See, that's what I said before, man. Neo has such a cool, unique thing. That whole battery swapping thing is so cool. Have you ever seen a video of it? They can do it in, like, minutes. Moments go by, and your car is good to go. And they have multiple stations like this in multiple places that these batteries are just stored at. It's crazy. Battery swapping videos, pretty crazy. Because people are like, well, why don't they just build a better one? Like, why would you do that when you could just replace it over and over? That wouldn't make any sense. Why do you want one car that can run off one battery for 500 miles when you can have a car that has multiple batteries and you can make it go farther? Or, which is the optimal route everyone's taking today, charging stations. I didn't know that. I concur. I actually do that, but wanted to give Leland a chance to shine. Pretty amazing and interesting the way it works. Why use ChatGPT when we have Leland? Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, save a lot more money. I don't gotta go type it into some weird thing. I could just DM Leland. They're both pretty cool. No, ChatGPT is pretty cool. Leland is a lot cooler than pretty cool. And the buyers, they keep showing up at demand, at demand, at demand, at demand, at demand. Can they make a higher high? If not, then it's goodbye. I'm singing to myself. I prefer Bard. I agree. Bard is amazing. Bard controls my Google search, does it not? That's that Bard is the AI in the Google search as well, right? I agree. Just don't want to be in here all fangirling over Leland. All fanboy Leland any second of any day. You think so? Okay. Yeah, then Bard is definitely my favorite because Bard is the craziest thing ever. You could be like, you'd be like, what's the color of the sky? And like, a lot of the time in Google's past, you would just read that first thing, and sometimes it'd be all right. Sometimes you get something, sometimes you don't, and then you have the people who also ask, and you get some other side stuff. But then they added this. This is now where I go check. I don't read anything else on this page. I don't click any links. I don't do any of that, because 99% of the time, my answer is right here. See, the sky's actually bluish purple. It's not blue at all. It's bluish purple. But I just think that's interesting. Like, you could ask this thing anything, and yeah, you get your usual Google search stuff. But Bard AI is already applying itself. It's already out here helping. Like, it doesn't care about being this like self-learning AI that's going to take over the world. Like Bard's already an applied AI that's already changing lives. That's already changing the way the world works. Bard is the greatest AI. Now I will say this. Elon's, what is that one called? Grok or Grok, something like that. That one's going to catch up quick because it has permission to do self-learning. So it's going to be going at a lot faster of a rate than Bard, which I think Bard has partial self-learning. I almost don't even use Google now. I just go direct to Bard. Is there like a Bard thing I can go to? I didn't know there was a board I could go to. Oh yeah, what the heck? Try Bard. I agree. Yeah, you can have all my terms of service, Google. I have everything. Okay, it's actually set up just like ChatGPT, except a little bit better. Okay. I honestly didn't know it was on its own thing for the longest time. I literally just used the Google version of it because it's so helpful. And I use Google every day. But this is cool. I'm going to have to save this. That's funny, Leland. Did you see that it has licenses and it has like degrees and stuff? Bard? Because I asked it says understanding game theory. It says the question is, you're an economics professor. Teach me the concept of game theory in simple terms. And then it like breaks down game theory and like chess and all kinds of stuff. And it's kind of funny because it's like, damn, does this thing actually have degrees and stuff? If it's letting me call it professor, I don't think it's like a joke or a play on words. It might actually have degrees and things like that. Like, I really would not be surprised if that was a thing. Yeah, that is crazy. Even if it is a play on words, like, that's gonna make people think like, damn, I'm getting valid information from an actual professor. I don't know who this guy is in chat, Fool, but he's pretty funny. He said, just came back after a 1-year break. What happened to the stream chats? Too many shitters. I was like, stream chats? What do you mean? I didn't know what he was trying to say. And he said, no, they used to be open for everyone to comment, even public. Now it's members only. And then I was like, oh, yeah. It is kind of what you said. It is because of the shitters. He said, nah, it's alright after seeing that. Shitters still love to jump in here. I can't imagine having to deal with that on YouTube, too. That's pretty funny. See what I mean? Like, you have people, we have hundreds of people in here. Just some people aren't here all the time. Some people are just chilling, enjoying life, or struggling with life and can't focus on this shit. Totally fine. I just said, you sound very chill. And yes, to anybody watching, I turned off members only mode just because it's midday and we're doing a full day stream. Actually, we're past midday. We're kind of in the end of the stream now. Last couple hours, but anybody who's subscribed for any duration can type now. You should just ask Hit how to play checkers. It's crazy. I went to like play chess, did decent, played checkers, completely got destroyed. Yo, what's up, VC? I know that name. I know those letters. How you doing, brother? No trades today. What's up, David? Oh, David, you lost your membership? Damn. As soon as I saw your name, I knew what happened. It's okay. Hey, good job though, David. Good strength. Trader strength. Not trading, being patient, not letting anything push you into the chart that you didn't like. Good stuff. Here for the long haul. Exactly. David Q knows, man. David Q knows. We're not here for these little short-term enjoyments and experiences. We're here for the long haul. Preach. You guys are preaching the good message for me. I don't even have to do it anymore. Let's move on to a different chart. I see Qs are still basing around 386s. I see SPX still fighting those 45. What was it? 4540s, I think I had marked. Yeah, 4540s. It's like 40 to 45. Decent basing on Apple. Apple's still Microsoft's still struggling. Nvidia's still struggling. Amazon pushing new lows. Tesla's pushing new lows. XLY sector's pushing lower. Google, Meta. Just red reactions, but not pushing new low yet. Banks are consolidating on their push up. So is UNH. The bonds are pushing away from that zone we drew to. Dollar's pushing higher. So that's two things telling us that SPY should be pushing lower. Or at least has more bearish pressure to push lower. Bonds moving up, dollar moving higher. I wish we could determine who gets the gifted subs. Dude, same, Vanessa, same. Same. Just made 40 bucks with SPX call. Every drop counts. Good stuff, VC. As long as it makes sense to you, that's what I care about. Good stuff. Very happy for you. What's up, Dividend Bull? I missed you, man. Where you been? Where you been today? You been chilling? I saw you earlier. This can be considered that, Vanessa, but you know me, I don't really like to go off of those. I like to follow the trend. But yes, you can look at that as a falling wedge. Just remember that the 453.50s is the pretty big level. The level of control, pretty much. Possibly seeing the support break. Lower highs only all day long. No break of demand. Will they finally do it here, as we're finally in the last 2 hours of the day? I know, today's calls are really exciting. God, fool, you're such a good person if you can hear me. God, my dog went to the vet, and this dog is all kind of drugged up right now. Oh, I do remember your name. Yes, I do remember you, 762. This name does, like, kind of feel familiar. I mean, I don't know anything about you, but I do remember the name. Okay. Yeah, everybody shout out to 762. Price action looks even much cleaner when you take all indicators off. Can you refresh me on contract math, entry, exit? Yeah, Matthew. Give me an example. Give me something. Give me a couple. Give me a couple entries and exits. Um, 0.62 to 0.74. All right, perfect. All right, so 0.62, that's your entry, right? 0.74, that's your exit, right? So we need to find the difference. So what's the difference of that? 12. So 12, right? And now what I like to do, because I'm a little cheater when it comes to math. See, math is amazing. I've always loved math, but there's a billion ways to do things. Sometimes there's an even easier way to do things. This is the easiest way to get the percentages behind your contracts. It's really easy to remember. So let me get I can't draw with my hand on anything. This is so weird. I've never had this problem. I'm trying to like show you how my brain works, and then I'm going to show you the equation so you can remember it forever. So this is how my brain works. In school, they teach you over fractions, which are like helpful to giving you like really good percentages and math and multiplying and all that stuff. It's really easy. So this is your percentage, right? So this could be, you know, we don't know this. It's the question mark. So we're going to put a 0 here, right? And then on this one, it's out of what? Well, we're always out of 100%. So it's out of 100%, right? So put your 0 here. Oh, I'm trying to draw, sorry. This is really hard, I'm not going to lie. Okay, there we go. It looks decent. So 0 over 100, right? We get that because 0 over 100%. This is the number we don't know. But we know our entry and exit. So here's your entry. Why am I doing that? I can literally type. So here's how my brain works. Yeah, that's right. My bad. It's actually kind of hard to like re-put that into a picture whenever you're like you think about it so easily. Like, cause in my head I'm just like, oh, that's 12. Add 2 zeros to it, divided by 62, and then bam, I got my math. But I'm trying to give you like an easier way to remember it. So you got to do this. Or I'm sorry, this times this, right? So your profits and losses times that. And that's where you get your double zeros from. So if I profited $12, I add the 2 zeros from the 100% from this side, right? And then you go to down here, right? Stick with me. I'm trying to think this through. I can explain it to you fast, but then you actually try to like draw it. It's like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? So 1200, right? You got that. And we don't know our percentage, but we know our entry point, right? So the only thing left that this number can go off of, the profit loss number times 100, which equals 1200. So the only thing 1200 can mathematically go against is whatever our entry cost is, 62. So you do 1200. The hell, calculator? 1200. Come on. Divided by 62. Now you're going to get a crazy decimal on this if you do 0.62. So make sure you don't add a decimal when you are doing your final calculation on your calculator or whatever you're doing it on. And you can see here you got 19.35%. And the rest of these really don't matter. If you want to round this up and round that up, it'd be 19.36. If you want to round that up, it'd be 19.4%. If you just want to round it up to just 19, fine with me. But that's how you get it, and that's how my brain works. It's the X. It's the X calculation is what I call it. So like if you have like your profits and losses, you multiply that by 100 because you have the 100% here. You don't know what percentage you're up. That's the number we're trying to get. So what else can you go against? The entry, 62. So you get 1200, divide 1200 by 62, you get 19.35%. I'm sorry for kind of brain farting as well. I kind of brain farted trying to explain that because I was in my head. I was like, wait, that's not right. It's not entry and exit here. It's the entry and the difference, the profit or loss. Yeah, thank you for bearing with me on my amazing drawing. But that is how you do contract math. When I normally explain it, I don't really do that whole drawing and all that weird breakdown. I just show people the trick. Add 2 zeros divided by your entry. All right, Matt, you're all good? I can move on from this? Sorry, I had to walk away for a second again. If you want to do more examples, we can. I also have a video on this, I think. Right? I think I do. I want to say it's a members-only video. Oh, yeah, here it is. This one. My latest day trade scalps, how to calculate your profits and losses. Damn, it's 20 minutes. What the hell was I doing? Oh, I remember that. We did that on stream that day. Okay, I do remember that. That was a while ago. Yeah, we did contract math for like all my previous trades, wins, losses, all that stuff. I haven't done that in a minute. Higher low and higher high. Yep, we possibly are getting a new trend finally. Good job, Timmy. No, you're good, Matthew. I didn't even remember. I'm the guy who made it. I'm not going to get on to you. Plus, I won't lie to you. It's a little awkward doing that math over and over. Like, you'll kind of second guess yourself sometimes. You'd be like, wait, did I do that right? It'll feel weird, and then like you'll find yourself doing it backwards sometimes, and it's weird. Just remember though, find your profit and loss, add 2 zeros to it, divide it by your entry. That would be your percentage gain or loss. When a number is in parentheses, it's red. When it's not, it's green. Good breakdown by Timmy. My bad, hidden land. Let's go over there and check out Boeing. Said Boeing is going massive, and he is not lying. They are. Well, I do heck. This demand is still holding, man. It's crazy. So you know what you're getting here, right? You're getting like the heavy aggressiveness opinion of like, this has to break demand. You're getting that opinion of it's going to hold demand. And it's causing this kind of trading to happen. Settling, ranging, whatever you want to call it. All right, potentially holding the low of day support still. Tuesday low demand, as we've been calling it all day. Nothing new on that one. No. Yo, what's up, Tanner? What's up, Darren? Oh, I knew you covered it somewhere. Oh, I already read that. What's up, Darren? What's up, Tanner? It's good, my man. Pretty good, honestly, just chilling. Kind of bored, not gonna lie to you, because we're just sitting here watching demand hold. I mean, it's nothing really entertaining here. But just holding demand. Buyer moves still holding. This is really gonna come down to tomorrow's open, most likely. If tomorrow opens and we're holding this, I could see us shooting back through to the top of this area. We get a lower open or just a sideways open and we do crack support finally, or the lower open hits and we retest away from this, we're going to have a really nice red day on our hands. So I really feel like today is compounding for tomorrow's movement. Scout pushed the downside and calls back up here. Got 3% on the account, over 2% goal, so gonna call it here. Have a great day, boss. You too, Matthew. Amazing job, dude. Being able to wait that long and then pounce on the opportunity like that, amazing job. DraftKings, huge candle on the 5-minute. Good look, Sandeller. I actually just saw your chart on the trade floor, too. Good timing. What do you think tomorrow will open at? I got puts from 455.50 to 453.80 and sold. My buddy is in calls around 454.30. It's not the worst spot to be in calls at. I mean, like I said, I have no idea how we're going to open tomorrow. I'm just saying it's built pressure that regardless of what tomorrow's open is, that will matter. So if we open like in the range here, it's still kind of 50-50. We'll see if we break support or hold and then build back up and try to build higher lows and move back higher. If we get a higher open, right? Not in this general vicinity, kind of up more closer to here. Then we're going to be looking to break Wednesday high supply, push through, and then we'll probably get a really good push back through this. It might even see 460s with how much built up consolidation we have here. If you get the lower open, well, that's kind of already nail in the coffin. You get any kind of retest under 453.50s, that's bearish as hell. This is a very big pivotal part of the chart. I'm not just saying that because we're sitting here. It's like that for the bigger time frame too. See? This is my bigger time frame chart. We're in a very, 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 very crucial area. It was this level, but then we broke it. So we're kind of watching the whole demand of that day. Which is what this chart displays. This low right here. That's what that is. No problem. Like I said, I'm not a genius. I'm not going to be able to sit here and tell you what we're going to open at. But I will tell you that a lot of energy is built up on the chart. And that tomorrow might be a really, really good day for directional movement. Meaning you'll get some really good moves tomorrow. Most likely. But it's all situational. Read my screen right here. Always be conditional. If this, then that. So like if we get this, then we're looking for that. If we get this, then we're looking for that. You know, give yourself a situation that makes sense beforehand and then try to stick to it. That's trading. Don't be a reactor. Don't react to every little thing. And I'm not just talking to Tanner. I'm talking to everybody. But good question, Tanner. Thank you for asking that. Chillin'. Glad to finally have my medical record after almost a month of dying. Oh, trying. Sorry. Good stuff, Darren. Banks breaking daily resistance B. I love to hear it, Daffy. Oh, yeah, they broke that recent high very well. Good luck. Good looks. Caterpillar showing a buy the dip. Are you in the 5-minute or the daily? Because the daily kind of looks like that too. Wow, look at that mat. Look at those gapped up candles on the 5-minute. Damn. And gap down small body candles here. Interesting. DG's in the 130 still. DE's in the 363s. We already looked at Boeing. We already looked at Baba, Neo. I don't know if I'm going to swing Netflix, but I'm probably going to hold off on that. But we took that day trade there today. I think we're going to probably do a duplicated day trade tomorrow. So look out for another Netflix day trade tomorrow. Probably do that one. I just really like Netflix movement right now. I need to get better at coin. Because this thing moves like crazy. So far, so good. So we'll go over that one more with short-term levels involved with those bigger time frame zones. Nike reacting to supply. Costco holding a short-term higher low. After damn near hitting 600, 6 cents off. I would love to see John Deere actually go fill this gap. Because I feel like it is like an awkward drop that probably will have that little dip there and then wick back up. And then have like a strong buy reaction if they hold. Bonds are reacting to supply, pulling back a little bit. Down a little bit over 1%. While the dollar is retaking old demand that was potentially lost for a couple days there. Like I said, if they retake that, could bring some short-term pressure into the equity markets. But we'll see. By the way, guys, when I say equity markets, I'm not trying to sound smart. Equity markets is just SPY, Apple, Microsoft, you know, stocks. People move from crypto to currency to equity to commodity to anything. There's all kinds of money markets. That's what they are, money markets. Made another $50 on the Tesla call. Good stuff, VC. You're just nitpicking away, man. Good stuff. SPY currently rejecting yesterday's close. Good looks. Yep, they're just under that level at 454.62. Good job, Vanessa. 2 minutes behind. Don't forget to hit live. Yeah, that's true too. Mine's doing it and I'm the guy streaming. I'm also a little bit behind y'all's messages though too. I don't always read them instantly. Sometimes I'm on it, sometimes I'm a little off. Have you heard about anything about... Oh wait, have you heard anything about Uber possibly joining the S&P 500? I haven't, but I can look around for you. Okay, so what I think you're seeing is market chatter. Yeah, you're hearing market chatter. So they're not joining the S&P 500, but they have reached eligibility to join the S&P 500. To join that, you have to have good enough earnings over multiple periods. And it says right here, Uber Technologies officially reported enough positive earnings to qualify the ride-sharing company to join the S&P 500. So I don't think you have any confirmed moves of them joining. I think there's rumors of it, so it might happen. It could. When they rebalance SPY, they could add Uber. That's interesting. I didn't know that though. I didn't realize they were doing that. But yeah, I mean, if they hit eligibility, there's a huge chance that they are joining it. But there's plenty of stocks that haven't. But we'll see. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. I'm not against it. Who all here uses Uber? Because you got to remember, Uber is not just like people delivery. It also delivers food. They do other things with bigger vehicles now. Like Uber's not just what you think it is, like it used to be. You use it too much, actually. Yeah, I mean, Uber's a very like bright idea in my opinion. I can see why it will thrive. Uber Eats regularly when I go on vacation. Nice. Yeah, we use it around here a fair amount. Uber's clutch. I've personally never used Uber. Actually, maybe for like food delivery, like a couple times in the past. But I know Uber is super popular and very useful. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, there's probably a huge chance. And let me look around more because I might just be reading old stuff. Because what I'm reading is from November 7th. It's November 30th right now. So there could have been more news that came out in between that and right now that says yes, they are joining. So let me look around a little bit more. But either way, though, that's still great news for them. It's almost as good as them joining is hearing that they're eligible. Is that what the rebound? I was gonna say it should be coming up soon because I think IWM is like middle of the year. I think it's the Russells that are like the middle of the year. I think Triple Qs are at the beginning, and I think SPY is like towards the end. So yeah, that sounds right. December 18th. Yes, we're like right around the corner. Okay, cool. So not much longer, we'll know. Which don't get your hopes down. Don't be sad when it doesn't come out on this one because maybe it could have just been too quick or too much of a short notice for them. Because they just hit eligibility within this month, so if they don't hit this one, maybe they hit next year's. We'll see. That would be interesting, though. We're like, finally, a company we know. I was pretty hyped when Honeywell and Schlumberger, those got added. It was those two and another one. Damn nice. It's always nice when Hidden Land is in here. The vibes are right. Thank you guys, by the way, for 60 likes on the stream. That's a lot. Like to keep it close-knit in here. I've heard stories of people ordering 21 plus products on Uber / holy sh. I've definitely never done anything close to that. I think I've always just ordered like one meal. 21 plus items. Oh, 21 plus products like alcohol and stuff. My bad. I read that wrong. I've ordered alcohol on DoorDash before. That's a legit thing. There was one Friday stream I was in here and I needed to get like 2 bottles of whiskey for something. And it was like a while ago. I haven't done this in forever. But then I ordered it and it was here pretty quick. But I was impressed. They just asked for your ID and they're like, hey, you old enough, blah, blah, blah. You know, kind of like you're at the bar or whatever. But yeah, that's a legit thing. People can like not even leave their homes and get anything they need. Alcohol, cigars, smokes from the gas station. They could probably get you lotto cards if you ask them. I don't know. Groceries, food, drinks, anything. It's pretty crazy now. Oh. Oh, okay. You're going a whole other direction. Alright. I did not know that one. I'm not really surprised, though, at the same time. Still, though. Wow. I was like, oh, like alcohol. Me trying to be innocent. Glad I never had to order nothing like that DoorDash. Dude, yeah, imagine, yeah, like you said, picking it up. Imagine being the guy going to the store and you're like, wait, they want me to go where? You want me to go where? And pick up... What is this? Imagine... Oh my god, that'd be so funny. Imagine being the guy who picks it up, right, and you get all the wrong shit because you're really just confused, and then you bring it to them, and then they hit you with that that refund thing, and then you don't get paid for it. Oh my god, that would suck. Talk about a whole little joyride. That would be painful. Mm. Said, yeah, apparently it's not all that uncommon either, because if they buy the stuff, they don't have to go into the store and risk embarrassment / bad PR if they're like a... Oh, that's smart. I didn't think about that. My coworker's wife was 18 plus DoorDash driver, so I've heard some tales. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, she's probably got some hilarious stories. Took puts here, Mel said. VC said dump time. Just remember, guys, previous day close is in front of your face. That's the level that it needs to reject to keep you in that play. If it pops over that, most likely getting a good push to 455, 455.50s. But you have to also remember, we are holding Tuesday low demand the entire day. This drawback, this could be seen as a reset day on the daily time frame. Bit of a refresher before we go up more. Do you agree with Elon Musk? Market makers should not be allowed to sell what they don't own. I think to some extent he's right, but he's wrong to some extent, though. Because without them, the market doesn't move the way it moves. And I know he's smart and probably understands this better than I do, but he's wrong in that aspect. But he is right in another aspect, though, that yes, they should be capped to some extent, because there are some times where it's like, where's all this coming from? Type moves. It's like, what is this? Like some literally impossible, improbable type stuff. Musk was funny. Yeah, I love Musk, dude. I love Elon Musk. I don't care who calls me a fanboy. I really don't care. Musk is the first person like him to ever exist. We've never seen someone like Elon Musk before. Someone who becomes the richest man on the planet, builds multiple companies, helps multiple governments, helps most of the world, and at the same time doing like 50 other projects. It's honestly amazing. And like, I think like a big thing too when I was growing up was like, everybody didn't talk about space or the space race, because it kind of died off. Like the whole space race thing died off and hadn't been a thing for a long time. You know, it was kind of like one of those things you just read about. And I think it's cool that one person and his company basically motivated the rest of the world to get back into the space race. I thought that was honestly the coolest thing out of it all. And he's got some really cool, funny clips too. Like I think it's cool. Like, I don't really watch Joe Rogan all that much. I really don't watch him at all. But I think it's funny that Elon Musk did like the greatest marketing for himself for free. Like, you know how they always say they don't do any marketing for their vehicles and stuff, because they don't have any commercials. I think they're just now getting into it actually. But they, up to this point, they've never done commercials or done anything like that. Anytime like a big commercial for an EV came out, like at the Super Bowl, it would boost Tesla sales, even though Tesla wasn't even the one doing the commercial. Because when people see EV, they think of Tesla. That's just how it is now. That's how like embedded it is into everyone else, that every EV is a Tesla in your head. So I thought that was cool. What was my point though? What was I going with that? Oh, I thought it was cool on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was straight up like, yo, tell me which car to get. Like, seriously, show me which one to get. Tell me which one. He challenged him. He said, tell me which one of your cars I'm getting. Like, I want to drive this. I want to see what people are talking about. I want to see the hype. Gets it. 6 months later, he's back in another interview with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan can't stop talking about how awesome that car is. Like, it's just cool. He's willing to be challenged publicly and wins every time. Every single time that man wins. And every time, like, people make fun of him because of his rockets. All right, and this is kind of a perspective thing. But, like, if you're watching Elon Musk live with the whole rocket launches, right, and he tells you, hey, some of these are going to fail because these are just tests to see how high up we can go, and really just testing the engines to see what's going on. Because, again, they've only had one Marlin engine fail in the history of SpaceX, which is crazy. And they take these precautions, and so, like, they do these test flights that are definitely not going to space. They know that. And if they do, okay, cool miracle. It wasn't supposed to. It was just test to get up there and do some testing. So some people see that as failure when it's just testing. And then the rocket works and everybody loves them again. It's like, what? So you agree with Citadel, who's making billions? So many retail's losing money in life. No, I just did. If you heard what I said, I just said it's half right, half wrong. I'm not saying give them trillions of dollars that doesn't exist, but without market makers, I'm sorry to tell you this, but the market doesn't work the way you think it works. Without the market, we don't. Without market makers, we don't move. You go buy an option. You like trading options, right? Well, you're not going to get your option filled as quick as you do now. That's just not happening. Without market makers, the market doesn't flow the way you're used to seeing it flow. When it was good, when it was in drama, when there was inflation, when there wasn't inflation, all of that. Market makers make this possible. So, I'm just saying they need to be limited. I don't disagree with Elon Musk entirely. He is right. And honestly, I think a big thing with Elon Musk, too, is, like, at least he's making people aware that this is a thing. People didn't even know that that was a thing. People used to think, like, if you trade a share to me, that you're trading it to me. Like, no, it's going through something first, then it's getting to me. There's clearinghouses, there's brokerages, there's the banks, of course, the market makers. Like, this all goes through something first, then it gets to me. It isn't just me buying a share and you're selling it to me. It's not that easy. And it wouldn't flow at all if it was like that. It's literally impossible that it would ever flow if that's how things worked. But I do agree that they should limit some stuff, because it's a little wild how they can release things 30 days later and then, the market's moving and then, all that stuff. And they have lowered that with politicians even. If you guys don't remember, 2-3 years ago, politicians didn't have to relay any information for 30 days about what they were doing. That number has been decreased to, I think, 10 or 5 days, which is still bad, but it's, again, not as bad as it was. They have been actually trying to tighten down on everything at every level. So I can't really join the crowd that's like, oh, fuck market makers, We need them. I'm sorry to tell everybody that. We need them. Alright, what we got going in here? The cat by the dip played out fat. Damn, good looks. It did. I actually need to update chat that we are back over previous day close. Day close. Nice hold by buyers in that Tuesday low demand. Yeah, big time. They held very well, considering not a single candle closed outside of it. Very interesting. Giving, again, like I said, this could cause for a really ugly base and could cause for a slight move to the upside. Now, I'm not saying it's going to send them to the moon. I'm just saying they could reach 455s. It could reach Wednesday high supply for all we know. There's another hour and 12 minutes in the market today. Josh, if you weren't primarily trading as a job, what would you do? Dream job. Random question while we stare at SPY. That is an interesting question. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think I was ever like athletic enough, but I was always like curious enough, but I always wanted to be like an investigator of some sort. By the way, y'all, we have 51 minutes on that playlist. I'm just gonna find a new one. Oh, that's not a new one. That's one y'all have heard a million times. I'm gonna play this one. Y'all tell me if it's or not. I'm gonna just turn it on. You guys let me know. Seems like the volume is alright. We know he wouldn't be a plumber. Yeah, I didn't want to be a plumber because of the... It's crazy the amount of responsibilities that plumbers can get, especially in the direction I was going in. But I really did like it for one aspect because I did kind of get to do like investigative stuff. Like it was kind of cool figuring out like where leaks came from. Because you would think water just falls down, but sadly it doesn't. It doesn't just fall down when it's in a house or a business or a property or something. And I always thought that was like the coolest part of my job. I mean, I was good. I was decent at it. You know, we had to dig, you had to place pipe, you had to do all that shit. And then you had, I was in new construction and commercial work. So I didn't do all the little tedious crap, but it was a lot of hard work. But the fun thing was getting to like one I'm thinking of right now is Top Golf. One time I got to go to Top Golf, and you know how they have like all those pits? I got to go out there in the pits, and they don't stop golf balls being hit. So you have to go out there in the cart while the golf balls are being hit and try to fix the stuff. And so like people are trying to hit you the whole time. It's pretty funny. Yeah, really funny, almost killing us. And there's a leak in the middle of the field, the Top Golf field, like where everyone's hitting the balls, and it's filling up one of those pits that all the balls fall into. It's crazy, a lot of water. And they couldn't, for the love of God, figure out where it was coming from. It wasn't coming from their main water line. It wasn't coming from a random leak. It wasn't coming from anything, right? Nothing around that. There's nothing around that has a water source besides rain, right? And that wasn't causing it. It hadn't rained for 3 days. What I thought was kind of cool is that my boss couldn't figure it out, and I instantly go over to the water meter, and it wasn't moving. So we're like, whatever, we don't know what it is then. And I go over to the sprinklers. Yeah, commercial side sprinklers sometimes have their own meter, like a sub meter, and the sub meter was flying. And I was like, oh, dude, this is our leak. And so we couldn't dig up anything, but I ended up finding the leak before like everybody, and it was pretty awesome. But it was insane because I shit you not, it was leaking like by the street. And it was going like hundreds of yards into the like field and leaking there. Like that's where it was coming up at. But that just shows you like water travels like crazy. And this happens in people's houses too. Like when a water leaks onto like people's ceilings, it'll go down the sheetrock and randomly pop out. So you think it's happening right there, but it could be 12 feet down that way. It's crazy. Yeah, like a private investigator. I don't know. I would always like to do like investigative work. That'd be kind of cool. It's just interesting. VC said, can you ask people what did they do in the past and what are they doing now? I guess we could do that. Yeah, just kind of a fun conversation the last hour or so. But that's like VC said though. What has everyone done in the past? And where are you guys at now? Like, what is like a beginner job you had way in the past, and what is something you're doing now? Whether it's a career or just side job or anything, you can feel free to share. Cybersecurity, dude, that would be cool. Isn't cybersecurity kind of trending too? Like, cybersecurity is through the roof right now. Like for getting a job and getting into that field. I'm pretty sure that's like one of the best fields to get into right now. That would be cool. I'd have to look into it to see what's all involved, but that sounds cool. Weren't you in something similar to that, Jay? When you were in the military, didn't you do something kind of similar? Or maybe you learned something similar? Vanessa said, I'm a business analyst by trade. I work with employee benefits for big companies like FedEx and Amazon. Nice. Look at you, Vanessa. VC says, I wash toilets. Mostly I was sleeping in toilet during my shift, and now he's an engineer. Wow. VC, look at you. VC's next year, he's going to be like, yeah, I've done projects for SpaceX. Not trying to flex. I know that feeling. We had a leak in the middle of a forest once that caused a pond to form. That is insane. It's like, where's this coming from? I work for Spy, Daffy says. That's a true man right there. Vanessa said, gonna be huge demand for cybersecurity with all the AI stuff taking a hold of the world. That, and honestly, just all the cyber warfare that's already happening. It's pretty crazy how much cyber warfare is already being had. Not just in past wars, but in current, today battles. Cyber warfare is most of it. My very first job was at an ice cream shack, Taylor says. Restaurant management, gym management, commercial sales, and now I work in finance from my couch. The come up. It's like 5 lifetimes. I donate to Spy. I can't claim these donations. Oh, wait, yeah, you can. You can claim up to $3,000 worth of donations on this one. Hidden Land said, yep, for sure. Guaranteed 6 figures because top secret / FCI clearance. But yeah, I was an intelligence analyst for now. That's what I thought. I knew you were in that direction. I just don't know all the fancy words because, you know, it's me. For National Security Agency, for the NSA. Ooh. NSAG. I like the sound of that. Yo, shout out to Jay. Yeah, and shout out to VC too. That's crazy has come up. From cleaning toilets to being an engineer. You gotta have a pretty crazy type. But I don't mean crazy in a bad way. Crazy in a good way. You have to have a very intricate type of mind to be an engineer. My first job was construction. Nice. $762. The corporate ladder wasn't challenging enough for me. Clearly not. Construction. What'd you do in construction, 762? Got to keep himself in the low. Yeah, exactly. I was a contract administrator for a cyber company. They failed with finances and had to let a lot of the folks go. Ah. But what do you do now? Daffy says, as long as you don't tap my phone, we're good. Hidden Land said, engineered is something I inspired to do. You gotta have a special mind. So big claps to you. For real, it cannot be easy. I trade with BB. Aloha, that's what I like to hear, SF. I'm proud of you. That'll be me one day. What do you mean? We're here now. So you were doing the actual difficult stuff like analytics or threat assessments on foreign actors? Dishwasher, pipe filter helper. Dishwasher, pipe fitter helper? Bro, pipe fitters is another breed. When I try to tell people that's different from plumbing, they don't ever understand what I mean. No, pipe fitters are like another breed. Good for you, David. That had to have been an insane amount of work, but probably good for you. Not trading with the best community in the world. Appreciate you, man. Pipe fitter. I got mad respect for you, David. I've met some pipe fitters in my time. Grandfather was a real estate developer, so I quite literally did everything in building homes. Oh, okay, so you're everything. I wasn't like that to any extent. It seems like your grandpa was very into it, because being a developer is like you said, literally doing everything. But like my boss was kind of like that too, though. We didn't just do plumbing. I do sheetrock, woodwork, electrical, which I hated doing electrical. The only thing I don't think I ever touched was HVAC, which thank God. But yeah, that's crazy though, 762. I'm so hyped to hear that. I didn't know we had so many grinders in here. Look at you guys. You're geniuses and you work your ass off. I mainly did computer network exploitation, focusing primarily in the Southeast Asian region. But yeah, the guys who target packages, document lifestyle, personal, etc. Damn. Super in-depth. Yeah, me to spy as my daily pipe fitter into my port. You threading? You got your threading machine? Your vise? So we can kind of get an idea of what someone may do next or does. Ah. Kind of like getting notes on people. Damn, that's crazy. Y'all better be on good behavior or Hidden Land will find you. Wait, so the NSAG is like Santa then? Except he actually like does things. I mean, except y'all actually do things. Santa just drops off presents. Y'all actually like locate, stop. That's pretty cool. Summers and winters can be brutal out there, I bet. Volatile weather. Daffy said, all seriousness, you all dope. Yo, speaking of Daffy, the pump is still going over 454.62, which is yesterday's close. We're at 455. Sorry, I was just typing in chat. I said 455's hit. The hold of Tuesday demand and break over previous day close was key. Y'all know this meme? Better not pout, you better not cry. Or Hidden Land will hack you in, make you wonder why. An HS dock worker for Longshoresmen Association loading and unloading firefighters from all over the world. Last year attending ground school to get my wings. Sand Dollar, that is crazy cool. What? So you're like a superhero. We did foundation, structural, electrical, HVAC, quite literally from bare ground, from laying carpets, walking the real estate. Oh my god, yeah. So you literally did everything, yeah. The top, the ground, everything. Hey man, but I bet you have a really like, I don't know how I'm gonna word this, but I bet you have like an organized type mind though, or like everything kind of makes more sense to you now because you've done things in order from the ground up. And now, no, I bet permits were a pain in the ass for y'all. Getting all the subcontractors to be on the same page. Man, I bet that was a pain. Humans are pretty predictable. Someone does A at this time, B at this time. They go from A to B. Usually they talk so and so. Most humans repeat the same stuff. While attending ASU managed a Wendy's in downtown Phoenix, only day shift hours and closed on Sundays. Wait. So you're like Gus Fring from Breaking Bad. I knew it. I knew it. It's a front. Yeah, for real. I never knew any of that about Sandler. Like, I knew he was pretty badass because of, like, the things he's shown us and stuff, but I did not realize that. I knew a lot about Jay, but not to this extent. This is crazy. Pretty cool. And 762. I mean, everybody, honestly. Everybody's got some pretty cool answers in here. VC engineer. Taylor lived like 8 lifetimes somehow. I see, so you guys are the ones who pin test and pass it off to field team. Started young. Petrochemical engineering for the first 4 years was Baker Oil Tools. Currently looking for a job in CAD at the moment. Like Canada, or CAD as in like the software or program? Like for 3D building stuff. I'm asking because I genuinely don't know. Computer. Okay, that's what I thought. See, I know my stuff. Well, I don't know that much. I had a friend who did 3D printing, and I was a little bit into it, and he was into CAD. And I only use it like a hair. I always thought CAD was kind of crazy cool. Caterpillar. I'll go to it, Daffy. I'll go to it. I'm sorry. What? Let's rechart that. I don't know what I have charted on that. Oh, nice. It's already marked here. I'm going to remark it here. Okay, it didn't hurt it. That ain't that bad. Foolish engulfing, high or low, clear as day, soldier pattern. That was a good reversal signal. Slowed down at 252, so now you gotta focus between here and 252. We're still holding 50% of it. Consolidating. Impossible to get a new trade on that. Unless you just risk it for the biscuit. But it is holding a really good in between. If I do this chart, I need to rechart it because this needs to be for daily levels, which I don't really plan on day trading Caterpillar, but I'm just interested to see what this will look like. Because if I was day trading Caterpillar, I'd probably just use that other chart. You could use the signals you're getting from there, focus on the levels on the smaller time frame if you need to. Those bigger time frame levels are always going to be a lot more helpful. I'm only drawing levels that I would have drawn today, like yesterday. Like I wouldn't be drawing this because I wouldn't have had that information. This would have been the yesterday demand. I would have drawn it up to that level. So we did get under that for a little bit. Held base in the right area, built back up, hit 250.50. Now they're slowing down. Could be consolidated to build back higher, back into supply, or it could be the slow down for the end of the day. Because we're in the last 52 minutes of the day. It doesn't psych you out having really large zones. I mean, it depends. Like on this chart, they really weren't that bad. Like, yeah, that's going to be big, but that's because it's a seller area, you know, and this is going to be big because it's a huge demand area. So you have to expect those to be big. And you also have to remind yourself, too, like, if you reach one of those areas, like, if you're a new trader getting into trades, you shouldn't be looking for trades there yet. You need to be looking for, like, more signals like this. Like, see how much time went by before you started thinking, like, hey, wow, this looks like a lot of lower highs forming. That's not, like, the 5-minute chart. We're on the daily, you know, so that's weeks going by. And this is why swing trading is very hard. It's because you have to be so patient. It's not just about going up or going down. Sometimes it's just about figuring out who has control of what. And then taking signals off of that. Like right now, I actually like this a lot to the upside because it's got this established low with a good bullish pattern. It's got an established higher low, a second higher low, and it's actually trying to hold a good intermediate area after already establishing some push here. So really, they're just looking to break new highs already. They already are bullish, just looking to break new highs. And validation, you could have short-term invalidation under that wick, and then if it breaks under that, there is a big chance it just wants to consolidate between here or maybe test the other higher low first. But that doesn't look bad at all. That's just where my eyes go when I look at it. But the big areas are going to be that big. That sounded weird, but like the all-time high supply, the big weekly demands I'm pulling, like these are going to be big. In some cases, they're not. You know, and if it bothers you, honestly, you could just do the daily if you want, but still do those monthly levels because those are going to give you really good, very good levels. But if you need to, like here, we'll do this. If it does bother you, though, focus on recent price action. This is an amazing method. So, like, zoom out. What do we have here? Established low, we got a higher low, we got a high, a couple lower highs. So, you have a lot of information to go off of, right? Let's just start from here. But, like, demand. What's the low of this move right here? What's the top of the last red candle before this big-ass move up happened? Top of that candle right there. That one. Extend it over. Bam. Now, follow that. This is where you started your story from. This is where you started your demand from. Go from there. So, ignore everything on that right side, right? And if you see some stuff here too, you're like, oh, well, there's kind of a notable level here. Draw it, you know. But you already drew. You should have already have all your levels drawn from here. Let's do that first. You got that one. 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 That one. That's it. Go to the daily again. So we started here, right? You can see that level's there, so we didn't have to worry about that. So focus on trend. You have this big pop up. So if you want to say, oh, okay, well, this is where price decided to break and hold, you can draw that if you want. Makes sense to me. This is where price broke over. This is where the reset held. So all in between here is a gray area. That's where control is had. Move it over. Bam. Done. Looking for the next demand now. We went up. Slowed down. So you got one right here. You can grab the low of that move to the top of that last red candle. Edit properties. Start to 2025 because I'm lazy and I just want to extend my level to the far right without having to look at it. You got a little bit of a supply here that was broken over here, so you would normally draw it like this, because this is where it rejected and reversed from, but they got over this in the later part of our story, in the later part of our review, right? So that wouldn't really make much sense, right? So we need to look at this as demands holding, right? So, bottom to top, it kept going. Continuation. Edit properties, 2025. And I guess you could draw like a level here if you really, really wanted to, but I'm just going to leave it. Keep going. And see, this is where you're probably going to see another large zone. Now, my traditional rule is this. But this isn't where the reversal came from. The reversal's way down here. There's another one back here, right? So we don't really have to focus on the whole candle there. We can still include that high and go down to the last green candle before that last reversal. So we can take it down to this one. We could take it down to this one. If you just want to include just the meat of it right here, just the meat of that and the wicks right there, you can do that too. You can really go with any direction. But as long as you show, hey, there are sellers here, that's all that matters. If you want to do it on the way back down, like drawing this here, drawing this here, drawing this here, you can be my guest. But that's really all you need. You can see we're kind of getting the same story. We just pushed above a really good area, held it, made another higher low, and now we're just looking to make some new highs over, well, one this high, but also it looks like 250, 230s. So the levels stay the same. The zones, most of the time, are pretty pretty lined up regardless of joining them on the weekly or the daily. But if it does bother you having too big of a zone on the weekly, use recent supply, use recent demand. If you go to my SPY chart, this is the big chart I've been going off of for the longest time. It's just using recent supply and demand. This is where the price reversed from. Okay, well, it's low to the top of that red candle. We saw a slowdown here, so we added the intermediate that week. I just like that that was a good level that kind of like held as a short-term move before they actually broke the base. The structure that was possibly a bullish retest turned into a bearish move. Supply, top of the move to the bottom of the last green candle before the reversal. Same thing here. And then I drew that gap, and then I did the same thing here. And there's another one over here. And then you can also just do the same thing. It's like, oh, wow. And you pretty much end up with the same TA. It just looks different. So if you're going to do one or the other, just focus on one or the other. Like lately, I've just been looking at this one. It's been a lot of fun just focusing on the right levels. SPY just couldn't break that 50% fib. 30-minute fib, by the way. Nice. I like that you're on the 30-minute. You should clip that as a really good breakdown. Alright, so let me type the time. What I do is I just type the time to one of my homies in my DMs. What time is it? 14:15. Oh. No, not botas, boats. Why do I do that? Why do I type like that? I like type the next letter before I want to type it, before the letter I'm supposed to be typing. Why am I so special? Check the Rex option chain. What are y'all looking at? Sheesh. I don't even want to look at that one. Hey, CLF rejecting. DG's just gonna keep going up. Nice pullback so far in the last 30 minutes. 25 minutes, sorry. Dollar pushing some again. Sorry, I've been busy with work, but tuning in when I can, and of course, hit like that. Oh, hit that like. My bad. I read that so wrong. Hope all are doing well. Thank you, E. I hope you're doing well as well. But let's check that dollar chart, and then we'll go check the bonds, and then we'll see what's going on. It does look like the dollar's moving back a little. They are retaking a massive area, which even if this doesn't just lead to straight up more upside, it leads to some short-term downside. If they end up holding this area, it could cause more upside eventually. No, not IWM. What am I doing? PLT. Supply being hit. Bearish kicker on the... This is the 20-year bond, my bad. Yeah, 20-year. So that's interesting as well. Operator error, typus maximus. Let's go, Mel. He's saying keep going, keep going. Careful that Tuesday demand, man. It's been holding all day. Can expect some fighting there, but if you can get past that, you can definitely get some nice moves. But we are in the last 36 minutes of the day. Decent move so far. Damn, I was watching like a replay of me going through my charts. I need to slow the hell down. There's like a feedback here on my right. Today was crazy though. We had over 300 people join the stream, 60 likes on the stream. Got a new member. We got $2 Canadian from Jack, which is just gonna go into probably gifting memberships like it always does. Who's all still in the stream though? Who's still chilling, looking at the charts, just kind of watching it slowly push lower? Mel's probably about to message again. Mel, you're definitely up more now. Don't be greedy though. You have a demand here. You can get some wick ups that'll slow it down. Still here kicking it. Nice, nice. Oh.
Don't forget your hoverboard. What's up, VC? My bad, I didn't see what you said. Cherish those two loonies. Still chilling. Watching for that possible retest to 453.60 into the gutter. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's still possible. Definitely don't take it out of the playbook. Definitely can still pop below that. And if not today, possibly tomorrow. Pretty easy game plan though, right? Because we know everything that happened today. I mean, all we did was stay between these two levels, but probably going to remove this. Probably not even going to add today's open or close because we basically opened at one level and we're probably close somewhere in between here, but I just don't feel like filling up the chart anymore. We'll still have Wednesday supply here. I still have bigger time frame levels, previous day high supply that never even got touched. Probably adjust this demand now. Probably adjust it from the low of this candle to the high of this candle. But we'll see. Did that make it bigger? Let's see. Maybe a little bit bigger. So that'll probably be what I do to fix today's levels. I'll do that in the last like 5 minutes. Last 5 minutes of stream, I'll fix the levels, clean it up, and then we'll have it ready for tomorrow. We'll have another full day stream tomorrow. Who's all going to be here for tomorrow's full day stream? I know not a lot of people are in here anymore because they're probably tired as hell. I don't blame them. Tomorrow is my last day on parental leave. Oh boy. How you get into the Discord? You can join the link in the bio of the channel or click that link Daffy just sent. It should take you into there. It's just a vanilla link. Oh, okay, he got you. My bad. I'll shut up. Is that a real question? Looking for that 454.50. My bad, fool. Yo, my bad, fool. It sounds like I'm like calling somebody up. My bad, fool. Sometimes I space out going to a chart and then I read chat and then I forget I'm still on that dumb chart that I should probably have already changed. That is my bad. I do that a lot. This is just previous day close, by the way. Anybody wondering where this random mark is coming from? I marked it too far to the right, but it's to mark the close of the green candle. The previous day's close.
What's the max pain? It can't be that far off if we're doing trading like this. The max pain is 455. Dear Lord. Okay, so that's the point of today. The point of today is to grind out as much money out of the market as possible. Achieving it perfectly. We're going to close around this number today. That's a fact. Wow, I should have checked that hours ago. I would have probably have said that too, just because we've literally, maybe not around here, but around here I would have said that because of the fact we hadn't broken Tuesday low demand, but we're not getting any like amazing moves to the upside. I mean, you got a pretty good move. They almost made it to today's open, which is historically where that tries to go when you get the base build. Buy move is most likely going to that day's open, or at least the halfway point. It did one, not the other. But what's interesting is the max pain's super close. Max pain is simply just a lot of money expiring today. If it closes near 455, it's the most that could ever have been burnt up. Also, I identify with the name. I've lost 5 figures trading and now only starting to finally get it. Hey, man. Losses in the past, man. Especially, like, this is how I like to approach people. I feel like everybody thinks about this wrong. Think about this logically, fool. So, I'm not going to call you fool. What the hell is your real name? I'm not calling you that. I'm going to call you Loof if you don't change your name. Change your mindset. Loof. What was I going to ask you? Oh. So you said you lost 5 figures in trading. Now, was this with a strategy? Were you actually trying your ass off? Or do you feel like you were actually just throwing money left and right? Because if you were, then you really weren't trading and you really can't beat yourself up that much. Try to get into the mindset of like, all right, you know what? I'm going to follow an actual rule set or follow an actual plan or something like that, which seems like what you're trying to do now. But, you know, lean into that direction. Can't really beat yourself up from the past because of that, especially if it wasn't actually trading, you know, and try to be realistic with yourself if it was or if it wasn't. I don't really care. You know, I love you. I love everybody in here the same. I don't care. We all make mistakes. But you need to change your name. We're not calling you fool in here. Nope, it's full. Well, I had no plan, basically gambling it all on red. Okay, well, definitely can't beat yourself up right now, right? Because we're what? Trying to get into a more mature mindset. So let's stop thinking about the past. Let's stop thinking about that shit because it was just gambling, right? That wasn't you. That wasn't your potential that you have in you. Why don't you actually chart some stuff? You know, whatever your system is. If you want to follow mine, you want to follow your own, I don't care. But follow a system, follow a plan, follow a rule set, you know, and stick to it. That's how you should base off if you are a fool or not. Are you sticking to your game plan or not? If you're not, yeah, you're a fool. If you are, and you're just losing, well, there's something that needs to be adjusted. That can be worked on. I'm not calling you Jester either. You better brighten up. All right, everybody help me come up with the name for Loof here. Man, I learned about 2 cool things today. What is that, Daffy? What are those 2 cool things? SPX versus SPY? Yep. SPX versus Pi? Yep. SPY? What was the other thing? Max Payne website is pretty cool. Yeah, it's alright. Daffy, I really wouldn't focus on it. Someone like you, it's child's play. Max Payne is just good for information. It's just nice awareness. But it's just good to know, like, oh, if we're in this range, like, it probably does just want to close around 455. But a lot of the time, you're not going to see it go near that. I think the stat is like, I think it's like 40% of the time it closes within a, like, certain percent range of it, but it doesn't do it all the time. It really is like an indicator of, like, all right, does the market want to push lower or higher based on us burning up more money or not? Because let's say, like, your max pain's 455, right, and we hold, like, a massive demand, like we are right now. That probably has a little bit more probability that tomorrow is a bullish day and that it at least tries to test through the next area, which is the Wednesday high supply. So I think based on everything we have here, if we get a nice higher open or flat open, there's a very high probability chance we at least test the Wednesday high supply right here, right? Which gives us a chance of breaking past it, going to 456.94, going to the 458s, possibly seeing 460, 462 range from the daily time frame, right? But if not, we get a flat open and they don't ever test that and they reject it, or maybe we get the lower open and we lose this low, then we are most likely trying to move lower for that day. I'm not going to speak to the bigger time frames and say, oh, this is where we pull back from. I have no idea. I'll show you what the bigger time frame needs. Okay, actually it would, because this is the next bigger time frame area. So yeah, it kind of needs to lose this low, but really now it's this low because the new low was made. But yeah, you're really looking to get past this doji once you're outside of this zone. And then once you're past all that, that can be the pullback to 451, 449. And then under that, that's where another larger pullback can happen. Sorry, I'm talking kind of fast, but that's everything. Here, let's do this. I don't like any of these. Never mind. That was a bad idea. I didn't like any of those ideas. That Wednesday demand, that Tuesday demand, still holding up, man. I said tomorrow, they're going up to test it now. I can't read that comment out loud, React. But yes, it is that. UNH has been very impressive today. Have they? Oh my god, I didn't even notice. 3.4% healthcare sector. Killing it. Woo! Look at that candle. Damn. New high? Are they going to use this consolidation and fly? Oh my. Man, this could make new all-time highs. Impressive. Wait. Yeah. All-time highs. Wow. That could be the thing that sends UNH to 600. That's massive. Is there news today? I didn't even look at UNH today. Oh, they got a buy upgrade. How nice. How nice of them. Right at the end of the day. Interesting. Really sold into the rocket, silly me. Hey, you did good. If you sold into strength, there's nothing you can complain about. That's amazing. Oh my gosh, what is this candle? What the fuck? That is crazy. I don't even know what to say. It's massive movement off of demand. Higher low, you got a single candle retest as it held over the previous high. Continuously made higher highs and higher lows. It's really good. A little faster than you'd expect, but very, very nice movement. They're in Wednesday high supply. Do they break this at the end of the day? That would be crazy. They hit the top of it. This is the thing I said we could hit tomorrow, and then we hit it in, what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes? Not even 30 minutes? Massive move. Miker said, we may never see another red day. Loof said, my power went out. What the hell happened? Why is Spy near PMH? Yeah, man, you're preaching to the choir right now. We don't know either. We're just enjoying it. We're enjoying the movement. Okay? Be entertained, damn it. We may have a bullish Friday, break demand, and that's it. Santa is back. Yeah, no, I mean, they're definitely setting us up for a very nice bullish Friday with this push right here. With the hold to 453.50s and the Tuesday low demand over that amount of time after the amount of bearish sentiment we witnessed today, I do believe we will have a very nice Friday. 460, 462, main target most likely. I'm going to target that range based on the bigger time frame. I do believe we have a 547 level or 457, something like that. Yeah, 457.40. That is a beautiful hold. Let me tell you. Why I say 460 to 462, because that's the next range here. Beyond that, I haven't charted it yet. Let's chart it together, right? Because then nobody can come in here and be like, well, you never told us. My ass. That's too big. I don't like that. Let's do the all-time high supply. Can't believe I'm actually marking that right now. Take it to 2026. Why not? Do the high, mark it with the level, and the open of that candle, because that represents our supply, because it's the high before the reversal back down. Down to the open of the last green candle before that reversal back down. Drawing that. And then just for a second look, you know, come back over here, auto zoom it back out, and just see how much distance it is between that. Try to find your in-between supply right there, because there's most likely going to be a supply or demand in between here. And it is kind of like here to here. It's a little too big, though, so I'm not going to mark it that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark the... like that. Now we're set. Now we're set for all-time highs in case it does go for Santa Rally, which Daffy talked about this a couple months ago. He talked about how a Santa rally was possible, how we could see all-time highs, which is crazy to think about, honestly. It's a lot of movement. Because I think in everyone's heads, we're still, like, at the bottom of these charts. When in fact, we're, like, rallying super hard right now. Alright guys, let's fix today's levels. My bad, I was reading something. So just for looks, I like to turn this back on, just to see it. Massive day, by the way. Alright, so we got Wednesday high supply here, and it is going to end up holding, so I think I'm just going to leave everything how it is, except the Tuesday low demand. We can fix this a little bit now. We can delete it. This can get pushed over to here, because we're going to need to read it for tomorrow. This needs to be put here, except it needs to be renamed because it's not the previous day high anymore. It's now the... Wednesday high supply. Thursday. And then delete that. Because it's the previous day close. And then the low of the day was here. Top of the last red candle before the reversal back up is right here. So we're going to include that. Edit properties. Add a couple days to it. And then for example's sake, we're going to previous delay demand. That'll be what we have on there for tomorrow. And guys, that's the levels for tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you for tomorrow's full day Friday. Thank you guys for being here. Be sure to drop a like. Be sure to share the channel around to your friends, different communities, different traders. We welcome everybody. I'll see you guys later on.